Chapter 102. Hearing His Majesty's voice grow louder and louder, the officials were alarmed. It was rare to see His Majesty so angry, and even rarer to reprimand Qin Pingping. Qin Pingping's expression did not change. On my way back to the capital, someone in the court tried to kidnap the spy from northern Qi Si Lily. Si Lily is related to the assassination attempt on the son of the Fan family. This is a serious matter, and after receiving the report, I took a detour to escort the spy back. That's why I was delayed for some time. Ah, so that's how it is. That's all. The emperor softly grunted. He had raised the matter high and then lightly let it fall. The ministers were initially shocked, thinking that His Majesty didn't seem to like even Chen Darren very much. Then they realized that the matter of returning late was, in the end, improper, and His Majesty was using this matter to settle this debt. But then they remembered what Qin Pingping had said about Si Lily. This was the first time the officials had heard of someone trying to break a prisoner out, and they couldn't help but be shocked. They wondered if there really was a high-ranking official colluding with Northern Qi to confuse the court. Put the matter of Si Lily aside for now. First, investigate the case of the son of the Prime Minister. The Emperor looked at Qin Pingping coldly. Qin Pingping straightened in his wheelchair and looked at Lin Ruofu again. He smiled. These two cases are actually one. What do you mean? Not only the Emperor, but the other officials were also interested. Only Lin Ruofu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became very unsightly. The Prime Minister was worried about the death of his son. There are some things I shouldn't say, but as an official, I dare not hide anything from His Majesty. Please forgive me for speaking out of turn. The Emperor frowned. Let's hear it. Qin Pingping clenched his withered hand into a fist and covered his mouth with blue veins. He coughed a few times, as if coughing up all the phlegm in his chest. When the second son of the Prime Minister Lin Gong was killed, he was with Wu Bowen. Who is this Wu Bowen? The Emperor frowned. Speak clearly. Most of the officials in the room knew of Wu Bowen's reputation in the capital's officialdom. However, they had always thought that this strategist was swinging between the Crown Prince and the second prince. Who would have thought that he was with the son of the Prime Minister? Now that they looked at the Prime Minister again, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, they were all civil servants. If Wu Bowen was bitten by the mad dog Wu Bowen, they would all lose face. At this time, Lin Ruofu was sitting on a round stool. His eyes were still red and swollen, but he didn't seem to be worried. A few days ago, I investigated the assassination attempt on Fan Xian's son. Si Lily confessed that the person who contacted Northern Qi was Wu Bowen, and that the person who let the Western barbarian archers into the capital was General Feng Darren of the city patrol. The leader of the cavalry outside Songzhou, who attempted to break out the prisoners, was a subordinate of Feng Darren's distant cousin, General Xiu of Wuzhou. Now, it seems that the mastermind of this incident was Wu Bowen. Feng Xiu and Feng Darren were both executors, responsible for receiving the Northern Qi assassins and silencing them. As for the matter of the archers' bodies being cremated first, there are currently no clues. What are you trying to say? I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious as to why the second young master of Lin Ruofu would be in the manor at the foot of Tsang Mountain with the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Fan Xian's son. Hearing this, the officials were in an uproar. Guo Yu, the Minister of Rights, was the first to defend the Prime Minister. Let's not talk about whether Si Lily could not stand the torture, and made a wild accusation. Even if Wu Bowen had something to do with the previous case. He turned to the Emperor and apologized. Your Majesty, please don't blame me. It was because Wu Bowen was a scholar 20 years ago. He was famous in the capital, and had a wide circle of friends. It was normal for the second young master of Lin Ruofu to be in the same place as him. How could you slander the deceased because of this? The Prime Minister's pain of losing his son has not yet subsided, and yet Chen Fan is spouting such nonsense. It is really unbearable. Unbearable. Lin Ruofu stood up and bowed to the Emperor. My son was unfilial, he said in a pained voice. He acted rashly and met with misfortune. But if you say he had such a disloyal heart, I absolutely do not believe it. He continued. I have also met Wu Bowen. He is indeed a talented man. I have also traveled with him to the famous sites around the capital. If he was acquainted with Wu Boan, then it would be related to the murder case. Wouldn't I be unable to escape the suspicion? Correct. An official also shook his head. I have also met Wu Boan. Looking at his face, he seems quite upright. If he really is a cruel and unscrupulous person, then what does it have to do with the second young master of Lin Ruofu? You should be careful with what you say. Lin Ruofu's face was filled with emotion. If I have anything to do with this matter, then the heavens will hate me. The heavens will hate me. Hearing the Prime Minister's heavy words, the officials knelt down with him. Seeing the officials kneeling, the emperor rested his chin on his hand and glanced at Chen Pingping. His eyes were full of smiles. In the blink of an eye, the emperor's face turned frosty. He motioned for the officials to rise and sternly said, Chen Pingping has already apologized. He has not finished yet. Allow him to continue. It was always like this in the court. Chen Pingping dominated the court, and the civil officials always liked to group together. Chen Pingping glanced at Lin Ruofu and said, Prime Minister, please calm your anger. I just feel puzzled. The Overwatch Council searched the capital for a day and a night, but they still could not find Wu Boan. Yet the young master was able to drink and chat with this strategist under the grape trellis. Naturally, I want to understand whether or not Wu Bo and was the mastermind behind the previous case is still unknown. Perhaps he and the second young master of Lin Ruofu had arranged to go to the Tsang Mountains to enjoy the scenery. Chen Pingping, we will discuss this matter later. The emperor suddenly spoke coldly, stopping Chen Pingping's statement. Seeing that the emperor was on their side, the officials let out a sigh of relief. But Lin Ruofu's heart was struck by the words discussed later. A wave of coldness welled up in his heart. He knew that the emperor was warning him not to make a fuss. This was a kind of exchange, one that did not require the aid of words, but was understood by both sides. Lin Ruofu trusted Yuan Hongdao's judgment. Gong Er's death had nothing to do with the Fan family, so he remained silent and accepted the truth. After all, if the Overwatch Council pursued the matter of Wu Boan's collusion with Northern Qi, it would be considered treason, and he feared that he would lose his position as Prime Minister. Earlier, you said that these two cases were one. What do you mean by that? Chen Pingping looked at the officials with an expressionless face. The officials were afraid of the cold look in his eyes and coughed uncomfortably. He said quietly, after the Ministry of Justice and the Council examined the wounds of the deceased and the scene at the time, they determined that the culprit was Siga Jian from Dongyi City. Therefore, I concluded that the two cases were one. Hearing the words Siga Jian, even the officials who did not know martial arts were moved. It was no wonder that when they recounted the attack on the Tsang Mountain Manor, they heard that there was only one culprit. Yet he was able to silently kill a dozen masters, and each one was fatal. Only Lin Ruofu's expression did not change, as if he had known about this a long time ago. The emperor furrowed his brows. Although he did not care about the four great grandmasters, these transcendent martial arts experts were in existence that was difficult for the dignity of the imperial court to tolerate. Because a few days ago, among the assassins killed by the Fan clan's son, there were two female assassins. According to the council's records, these two female assassins should have been under the tutelage of Siga Jian from Dongyi City, but we do not know if they were his disciples or grand-disciples. A month ago, there were reports from the council that Siga Jian was not in Dongyi City. In my opinion, the sword fanatic should have come to Qing. The emperor slowly closed his eyes and asked coldly, why did he not kill the Fan clan's children, but instead find Wu Boan? Everyone knows that Siga Jian is a sword fanatic. When his disciples assassinated someone else and were killed in retaliation, he would probably admire the other party's methods and would not view them as enemies. Furthermore, this person loathed schemes and plots, and strictly forbade his disciples from involving themselves in the struggles of the country. If Wu Bo and had not promised some benefits and persuaded the two female assassins, they would not have died. I'm afraid that in his heart, only Wu Bo and is his true enemy. Chen Pingping spoke lightly. He lied without batting an eyelid. After a long time, the emperor's dignified voice rang out in the palace. The capital's magistrate, Mei Zhili, pleads guilty. His salary will be reduced for a year. The Overwatch Council will be stationed in the City Patrol Division to investigate, and Jiao Ziheng will be relieved of his duties. The Ministry of Justice will continue to investigate 2 additional murder cases. After the cases are concluded, an edict will be issued to Dongyi City to hand over the culprit. Having said this, he went up to Lin Ruofu and said a few words of comfort, then left the room. The officials retreated, and a serving girl came forward to push Chen Pingping's wheelchair into the inner palace. The officials were not surprised by this. They had never imagined that they would one day receive such favor from Chen Pingping. That was why they were so tightly united in all matters, big or small. Fighting against the power of the Overwatch Council was the same as fighting against the emperor's personal power. This was the traditional concept of the civil officials since the founding of the Qin Kingdom. It seemed to have been deeply ingrained in their heads and could never be shaken off. The officials even thought maliciously that perhaps it was because Chen Pingping was paralyzed and had no children that the emperor trusted him so unreservedly. In the quiet depths of the palace, there were no eunuchs or serving girls. Only the emperor and Chen Pingping sat facing each other. The emperor raised his teacup and took a sip. He seemed to feel that the temperature of the tea was not quite right. He frowned and smashed the cup in front of Chen Pingping's wheelchair. Crack! The porcelain cup shattered into pieces, and the tea soaked the bottom of Chen Pingping's trousers. His legs were not good, and he could not avoid it. Different from before, the emperor's voice was particularly cold and oppressive. Sigejian? This answer is a bit preposterous. It was as if Chen Pingping did not see the scene in front of him. With a face full of smiles, he replied respectfully, I dare not hide this from you, your majesty. That wound was mournful and had a sense of loss. The Ministry of Justice and the council all agreed on this. The emperor curled the corners of his lips and looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, a strange light flashed through his eyes. He asked in a loud voice, Is Lao Wu in the capital? Chen Pingping slowly raised his head and opened his lips. A moment later he said, Correct. Sir Wu is currently in Jingdo. The emperor seemed a bit tired. He rubbed the space between his brows and lightly said, Just how many things are you hiding from me? He then sighed and said, Never mind. Since you even dare to hide the couplet, then you must hide it from the people under heaven. Don't let those people know of Lao Wu's existence. Chapter 103. Yes, sir. Chen Pingping answered respectfully. Were those 2 female assassins really Sigejian's disciples? Yes. The emperor suddenly furrowed his brows and asked, Would Sigejian really not kill the Fan family's son for revenge? Chen Pingping answered respectfully, A grandmaster will always have some heirs. He is still training in the Dongyi sword pit. As long as Fan Xian does not go to Dongyi, it will be fine. I am also handling this matter. I know. We didn't finish talking about it the night before yesterday. We will continue today. The emperor half closed his eyes to rest. It took you so long to return to the capital. Even if you are not afraid of the censor's complaints, I still have to consider the opinions of the people. I know you are throwing a tantrum and are not satisfied with the arrangements you have made for him. Chen Pingping gently rubbed the fingernail of his right hand's ring finger. It was unclear whether he was nervous or excited, but his wrinkled face remained calm. After this matter, I reckon the Prime Minister will bear a grudge. Although he will believe that it was Sigejian who did it, he will always believe that his son died because of Lady Fan. This marriage, I think we should forget about it. The emperor calmly said, It doesn't matter. King Jing has already entered the palace. For some reason he likes that kid very much. Don't be fooled by his indifference. If he really wants to protect someone, no one in the court would dare to touch him. As for Lin Ruofu, he is a smart man. After Lin Gong's death, who should he trust? 20 years later, he should make a truly smart decision. King Jing? Chen Pingping was a little surprised. Of course, he did not recognize him, so I do not know where his affection for that kid came from. The emperor sighed. Perhaps it is all fate. It seemed that these words touched on some old pain. The emperor and the official fell silent at the same time. Chen Pingping suddenly said, I opposed this marriage for years ago. Today I still oppose this marriage. The emperor opened his eyes and looked at him. You are younger than me, but you have worked hard all these years and have aged a lot. In the future, you should worry less about these things. The matters of these little fellows are not qualified for you to worry about them. Chen Pingping smiled. When this is over, I will retire. What is it? Your Majesty, about that child. The emperor's tone became indifferent. In order to leave his mother's things to him, I went through many twists and turns. I pretended to feel sorry for Chen made her a princess, and used this property as her dowry. Then, I asked the Empress Dowager to appoint a marriage. Only then did I give him these things. I have put in a lot of effort. Could it be that you are still dissatisfied? I wouldn't dare. Chen Pingping knew that in order for Fan Xian to be able to regain control of the Yi family, the emperor had used many methods. He said seriously, however, I have always wondered how the Overwatch Council would be dealt with if one day I passed away. If the council was handed over to an outsider, it would be a very dangerous matter. Unlike the succession of imperial power, the Overwatch Council was a somewhat abnormal existence. It was completely dependent on the emperor's unparalleled trust in Chen Pingping, and Chen Pingping's unparalleled loyalty to the emperor. If Chen Pingping died, no matter who took over the Overwatch Council, it could have an unimaginably terrifying effect on the Qing court. If it was handed over to an official, there could be a powerful official who could threaten the royal family. If it was handed over to a prince, there could be an overly powerful prince who could affect the succession of the throne. The emperor closed his eyes again, as if thinking about something. You think I should hand the council over to him? Correct. Since that child is not an outsider, he will not threaten the palace. But his background means that he cannot participate in the struggle of the emperor's family, so he can maintain a neutral position, Chen Pingping replied slowly. The emperor seemed to be moved. Let me think about it. Take good care of your body. You still have 10 or 20 years to live. There is no need to rush this matter. Yes. Chen Pingping saw that today's goal had been achieved. He respectfully bowed and retreated. A palace maid saw him from afar and came to help him walk out of the palace. The emperor stood up and closed his eyes for a long time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and watched the wheelchair walk out of the palace. He had never doubted Chen Pingping's loyalty to him, but he had always wondered why this old dog was so obsessed with that woman. He was willing to do anything to fight for all the power he could get for that child. Thinking of that child, a trace of gentleness suddenly flashed across the face of this world's ruler. He thought to himself, I haven't seen him since coming to the capital. The palace maid pushed the wheelchair into the inner palace. A guard took it and slowly pushed it into the outer palace. When it reached the palace gates, people from the Overwatch Council took it and helped old Sir Chun into the carriage. The carriage moved forward on Zhuke Avenue, rolling over the stone pavement and making a rhythmic sound. It had been a long time, but they still hadn't left the inner city. The road to the east of the city was very quiet. At this time, the sky was half dark. The carriage turned diagonally and stopped in a secluded place. There, another carriage was already waiting. The officials from the Overwatch Council and the guards next to the carriage didn't seem to be familiar with each other, but they tacitly left the carriage at the same time and scattered around, forming a relatively hidden defensive circle. The two carriages were very close to each other. At the same time, the people in the carriage opened the side curtain and looked at each other. It was Chen Pingping and Fan Xian's father, Fan Jian, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Chen Pingping looked at this righteous face and was very angry. While I was not in the capital, you coaxed His Majesty into finding a good marriage for your son. Fan Jian saw that he was angry, but he was neither afraid nor nervous. He smiled and replied, For years ago, you ruined my plans. I'm just trying to make things right. Chen Pingping coldly said, What's there to be happy about with such a pile of stinking money? Fan Jian shook his head. Money is the most important thing. Don't forget that when the council was first built, if it weren't for Xiener's mother, you would be starving. The palace treasury of today is no longer the Yi family of the past. If the Fan family were to take over, I'm afraid they would be badly battered. His Majesty forced the Lin family to acknowledge an illegitimate daughter, so that you and the Prime Minister could live in peace. At the same time, it was also for the future. Otherwise, if people found out that a princess was married to a prince, what would they say? Chen Pingping laughed coldly. Listen to my advice. Annul this marriage. It will be a good thing for both of you. You think I don't know what you're planning? Fan Jian frowned. You've always believed that the eldest princess had something to do with what happened back then. But after all these years, you still haven't found any evidence. That's not the only reason. Chen Pingping's face was cold. Even if His Majesty feels that he owes him, think about it. If His Majesty really did listen to you and returned the Yi family to him, what would happen to the council? His Majesty is a great strategist. He would never allow anyone in the world to wield these two national weapons at the same time. Not even him. Fan Jian's frown deepened. If you know all this, then why did you involve my son in this matter? Wouldn't it be better for him to be a rich man? Is it that easy to be a rich man? With you and me in the capital, and the eldest princess having been taught a lesson, the next few years should be very peaceful. Chen Pingping's voice was cold. Don't forget your son was almost killed a month ago. Fan Jian stared into his eyes. That was my negligence, but it was also your fault. If you hadn't been so angry and refused to return, then there wouldn't have been so much trouble in the capital. Chen Pingping calmly said. If your son had died just like that, would you and I still need to put in so much effort? After a moment of silence, Fan Jian spoke. In this matter, I have paid a far greater price than you. So if you can't make a choice, I hope you will respect my opinion. Chen Pingping thought for a moment, then agreed with what Fan Jian had said. Fan Jian coldly let down the curtain and gave the order. The two carriages went their separate ways. Darkness enveloped the imperial city. In this ink-like background, some people gathered for the sake of benefits, and some gathered for the sake of ideals. Then, they would often separate because of the same two words, waiting for some day, or some coincidental reason to come together again. At the foot of the royal city, next to the tall red walls of the palace, a sedan chair walked slowly. Behind it followed a few attendants. The imperial guards at the palace gates saw the sedan chair walk around the palace walls, but no one came forward to question it. It was the Prime Minister's sedan chair. This was the Prime Minister's habit. Whenever the kingdom of Qing encountered a problem, he would always have his sedan chair carried around the palace walls. Some people said that he pondered in a strict and quiet environment. Those who despised the Prime Minister believed that this strange habit of his showed some kind of sick fanaticism for power. In the second year of the Qing calendar, there was a flood in the southern river. The Prime Minister sat in his sedan chair and circled the palace walls many times. The next day, he presented a memorial detailing the division of labor and procedures for disaster relief. It was clear and powerful, but the most crucial aspect of money was money. The Ministry of Revenue found it difficult to make ends meet. At this time, the palace treasury received a large sum of money from overseas trade, which provided protection for the Prime Minister's plans. His Majesty was very pleased. People often said that the Prime Minister was a treacherous man. One could tell just by looking at his manner. The Prime Minister was a capable man. One could tell just by looking at the world. But regardless of whether he was a treacherous man or a capable man, at certain times, he would always return to his most primal role, such as being a father. Today the Prime Minister's sedan chair circled the palace walls. No one dared to disturb him, because everyone knew that his second son had died, and he was in a bad mood. The night gradually deepened. Red candles and lanterns were lit in the palace. A faint yellow light spilled over the high walls, but this side of the palace walls was still pitch black. The sedan chair slowly walked to a secluded corner of the palace walls. In the distance, a lantern swayed as it approached. As it got closer, it became clear that it was also a sedan chair. Chapter 104. The two palanquins stopped at the same time. The bearers carefully put down their poles. And just like when Fan Xian and Chen Pingping met, they quietly retreated into the distance. The palanquins naturally leaned forward, so the people sitting inside should be uncomfortable. But strangely, neither the prime minister nor the person in the palanquin came out to greet them. So the palanquins bowed to each other, like two friends greeting each other, or like a couple bowing to heaven and earth before their wedding night. Ruafu, don't be too sad. A soft and weak voice finally came from the opposite palanquin. It was the eldest princess coming out of the palace to see her lover from many years ago. Hearing this familiar voice, the prime minister frowned slightly, as if remembering something from many years ago. He said lightly, I am very grateful that the eldest princess is concerned about my family matters. Hearing his distant words, the eldest princess's voice immediately became mournful. This difference between master and subject. How can it be brought up between the two of us? Why are you speaking so coldly today? A cold laugh came from the prime minister's palanquin. Your Highness, Ruafu is incompetent, but I do not want to become a dough that you can knead as you wish. The other palanquin fell silent, as if not expecting such hurtful words. After a long while she replied pitifully, Ruafu, what do you mean? Although Gong is not my child, I always send people to send gifts to your residence during the festival. I love him as much as you do. I as a dignified princess am I your punching bag? Forget it. You are not in a good mood today, so let's not talk about it. Lin Ruafu suddenly snorted. I have met with the eldest princess today to tell you that I have agreed to Chun'er's marriage in October. It was completely dark outside the palace walls. Only the lantern placed next to the eldest princess sedan gave off a bit of light. The long period of silence was enough to prove how shocked the seemingly weak woman in the sedan was right now, and how angry she was after hearing these words. After a long time, the eldest princess' clear voice that was like the cold winds of winter came through the sedan curtains. That is my daughter. I will not let her marry that little bastard of the Fan family. Whether in or out of the palace, the eldest princess had always given people an image of weakness. Who knew that her words would be so harsh? Can you persuade His Majesty? Lin Ruafu's voice carried a trace of self-blame and self-pity. Moreover, Your Majesty has let the world know that Chun'er is my daughter. This means that she is destined to be a dishonorable character. The eldest princess's voice immediately became extremely sad and beautiful. You really have the heart to. Hearing her voice now, Lin Ruafu felt disgusted. He said with disgust, if Princess is worried about the palace treasury, that is no longer within the scope of my consideration. Chang Gongfang said in a trembling voice, if you don't consider it, who will? I am just a woman, living alone in the palace. Do you think it was easy for me all these years? Inside the palanquin, Lin Ruafu's face was filled with loathing. I have a daughter, but I can't see her all year round. I can only occasionally catch a glimpse of her from afar at the palace banquets. Do you think it's easy for a father like me? The eldest princess miserably explained. This is something that can't be helped. Back then, I was secretly pregnant, and I didn't have the heart to ruin your future, so I raised her alone. These years, I have helped you take care of things in the palace, and secretly transferred silver from the palace treasury for you to use. Don't tell me you don't think of my kindness? The voice in the prime minister's palanquin grew cold. Lin Ruafu growled in a low voice. My future? Since then, when have I ever taken the initiative to ask for such a future? Back then, I was a poor scholar, but now I have become a prime minister. It seems to be glorious, but I can't see my daughter. I gave birth to a son. But, he said in a trembling voice in the palanquin, but died tragically in front of me. This is not my future, what I want. This is only the power you want. You are not willing to marry a prince who will never be able to make a name for himself, and live the rest of your life in peace. Do you think I should thank you for this? Hearing these words, the eldest princess was enraged. In a shrill voice, she cried and cursed. Lin Ruafu, things have already reached this point, yet you still say such nonsense. If you really are not satisfied, why didn't you say anything when you were transferred to the Imperial Censorate to be the Imperial Censorate? Why didn't you feel sad when you were transferred to Hanlin Academy? Why didn't you blame yourself when I helped you get the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments? When you were promoted step by step, you didn't remember my kindness. Now that things are not going your way, You vent all your anger on me. Very well, Ruayer. Hearing the eldest princess's voice become louder and louder, Lin Ruofu's voice calmed down. His words were filled with resentment. I would rather you be this kind of shrew than to always have that kind of sorrowful appearance. Do you know that that is very disgusting? The eldest princess was so angry that she couldn't speak. As for Chinner's marriage, I have decided. I have observed Fan Xian. No matter what kind of person he is, at least he is not someone who will die easily, Lin Ruofu said coldly. I do not wish for my daughter to become a widow. The eldest princess rebuked him. Have you lost your mind today? Gonger has just been murdered, and you are in such a hurry to win over the Fan family. Do you really believe what that old dog Chen Pingping said? Siga Jian is a man of high status. How could he come to the capital to kill people? Perhaps Fan Jian is the mastermind behind this. Lin Ruofu said coldly. The one who died was my son. Do you think I did not go to see him for the last time? Those scars cannot be hidden. Siga Jian's sword will is sharp but casual. Even if I am mistaken, the one in my household will not. Seeing that she could not convince him, the eldest princess's tone softened. She pleaded, wait for me to investigate. Even if you do not pity me, do not let Chinner marry into the Fan family. After a moment of silence, Lin Ruofu finally spoke. Wu Bowen suggested to me the plan to assassinate Fan Xian. I did not agree. I did not expect him to persuade the stupid Gonger. The eldest princess fell silent. She knew that it was difficult to convince him that she had nothing to do with this matter. Wu Bowen is your man. Lin Ruofu's voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the swaying curtains of the sedan chair in the night wind. I always knew that he was one of your people, that he was someone you used to monitor me, but I never thought that my son would die because of you. So let's stop here. The night wind began to blow around the palace walls. The palanquin slowly disappeared into the darkness. A lantern fell weakly to the side of a lonely palanquin. The faint sound of a woman weeping could be heard from the palanquin. The eunuchs nervously stepped forward, and the palace maids held up lanterns. The procession slowly entered the palace through the corner gate of the palace. The palanquin traveled for a long time before arriving at Guangxin Palace, where the eldest princess was temporarily staying. The curtain was lifted, and the eldest princess stepped out, her face streaked with tears. The eunuchs and palace maids quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look up. The eldest princess weakly walked up the stone steps. Finally, she wiped away the tears on her face. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly, like a willow tree that had just shed its dew. She timidly said, "Kill them all." Several streaks of green light appeared. The eunuchs did not have time to beg for mercy before their throats were slit by the eldest princess palace, maids with knives hidden in their sleeves. Inside the palace, the corpses fell to the ground, making a few soft sounds. The Prime Minister's manor was not the largest residence in the capital, but it was the wealthiest. Neither King Jing, nor the wealthy Marquis Tianling, could compare to the Prime Minister's manor. The main entrance and decorations of the Prime Minister's manor did not appear to be very luxurious, but those who were truly knowledgeable could tell at a glance that the furnishings within the manor had already been stripped of their splendor, leaving behind only high-class playthings. Just a few chairs could probably be replaced by King Jing's large nursery. Of course, the comparison we're making here naturally excludes His Majesty's residence. His residence is called the Imperial Palace. Who would dare to compete with him there? Lin Ruofu was able to amass so much wealth in a short span of 20 years. Everyone knew that he was greedy and crafty, but His Majesty always turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. This was a very confusing matter. Walking through the front hall, Lin Ruofu greeted the civil officials who had come to offer their condolences. His expression was somewhat dejected as he walked into the inner residence. The officials knew that the Prime Minister was in a low mood and did not want to disturb him, so they all took their leave. Only a few officials who had urgent business to attend to waited helplessly. Lin Ruofu seemed to think of them. He walked back and asked what had happened. He forced himself to finish dealing with the matters at hand, then waved his hand weakly to let them go. When these officials left the manor, they were filled with self-blame and indescribable admiration. The Prime Minister had encountered such a calamity, Yet he was still able to put public affairs first. He was truly a rare pillar of the nation. Arriving at the inner residence and entering the study, Lin Ruofu sat at the table and did not say a word for a long time. Sir, it does not seem appropriate to fall out with the Eastern Palace at this time. Yuan Hongdao, the closest friend of the Prime Minister and his most trusted advisor, brought him a cup of tea. Today, Yuan Hongdao was wearing plain clothes. Seeing Lin Ruofu forcing himself to stay awake, he couldn't help but feel gloomy. Let's not talk about this for now, he said. You should go and rest first. Lin Ruofu shook his head. His wrinkles were filled with deep worry. Now that things have come to this, he said quietly, for the sake of this manor and the people of the Lin clan, I have to make a plan. Chapter 105. Yuan Hongdao frowned. The Prime Minister said softly, I've been in court for too long, and I don't know how many people I've offended. I have 2 sons and a daughter, and I had hoped that Gong would be successful. Who would have thought that he would suffer such a calamity? Now I only have Dabao and Chen. I have to make some arrangements for them. Yuan Hongdao frowned again. But this change seems to be a little too drastic. Lin Ruofu's gaze suddenly softened. As a father, there's no need to be so protective of your body. If we're talking about a fight for the throne, His Majesty is in the prime of his life. I'm afraid you and I will be long dead by then. There's no need to worry so much. He then asked, Are you sure it was Sigajian who did it? Yuan Hongdao nodded. Yes. Lin Ruofu took a deep breath. Sometimes I find that the power in my hands can't be exchanged for anything. But since the Fan family and the Overwatch Council have been secretly working together for so many years, I think that if I were to be included, they wouldn't refuse. Yuan Hongdao smiled. Assistant Minister Fan, relying on his friendship with His Majesty, pushed for this marriage. Presumably, you've been hoping for it for a long time. Lin Ruofu smiled. In a few days, I want to see that Fan Xian with my own eyes. I want to see if he's worthy of my daughter. Yuan Hongdao then said, What about the eldest princess? He knew that the Prime Minister's second son's unnatural death was inextricably linked to the eldest princess's plan. So Yuan Hongdao very carefully mentioned her name. Li Yunrui had Wu Bowen prepare for the first assassination. It was a plan that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. By killing Fan Xian, she could regain control of the palace treasury. By persuading Gong, she could use this as a rope to bind the Prime Minister's manor tightly to her. But she didn't expect that Fan Xian wouldn't be so easy to kill, and that bastard Wu Bowen and my son died. Lin Ruofu's eyes flashed coldly. But she still has the most important part. She calculated His Majesty's intentions. Even if Cheng Jiushu and his party could escape the capital, I'm afraid that she would have faked my orders and had Fang Xiu killed in Sangzhou to prove that Northern Qi committed the murder. Yuan Hongdao frowned and said, So it turns out that young Master Chang guessed correctly that His Majesty wanted to start a war. Lin Ruofu shook his head. When His Majesty went on the northern expedition, he was not able to achieve full success and has always been brooding over it. Now that the eldest princess has given him such a good excuse, even if His Majesty does not like her taking matters into her own hands, he still has to accept her kindness. However, the matter of the peace treaty back then was too complicated. At most, Your Majesty will take a few small countries and give Northern Qi a taste of his power. Yuan Hongdao sighed. Princess Royal's intelligence is astonishing. It's really difficult to deal with her. Lin Ruofu slowly closed his eyes and said, I have never thought of dealing with her. Leave it to the juniors. Yes, my lord. Just then there was a commotion outside the study. No one knew who dared to make such a racket in the middle of the night. But judging from the expressions of the Prime Minister and Yuan Hongdao, they clearly knew who was outside. The door was pushed open, and a fat man in his 20s walked in. The old nannies and servants behind him did not stop him, and dared to stand outside the study and ask for forgiveness from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's manor had strict rules, and without the Prime Minister's permission, anyone who entered the study without permission would be severely punished. Lin Ruofu waved his hand to indicate that he understood, then looked at the fat man with a gentle expression and said quietly, Dabao, why are you not being good again? The fat man called Dabao had a very wide space between his eyebrows, and his eyes were somewhat blank. It looked like there was something wrong with his brain development. But hearing Lin Ruofu's words, he immediately quieted down and said shyly, Dabao is good, it's just that little brother hasn't come back yet. This was Lin Ruofu's eldest son. When he was young, he had an illness, and as a result he became like this. He had always had the intelligence of a 3 or 4-year-old, so he rarely went out. The people of the capital sympathized with the Prime Minister's plight, and did not mention this matter. Dabao was usually the closest to Lin Gong, but he had not seen his little brother for the past 2 days, so he became irritated. Lin Ruofu's heart ached as if it was being twisted. He held his chest, and after a while he gently said, Bao has gone out, and will be back in a few days. Dabao, be a good boy and go to sleep. Dabao finally calmed down, and with an awkward smile on his face, he was led to the back courtyard by the old nannies to sleep. After a moment of silence, Lin Ruofu said coldly, I only have a son and a daughter, and Dabao is like this. Brother Yuan, what do you think I should do? Yuan Hongdao frowned. If you think about the young master, it is not a good idea for Miss Chun to marry Fan Xian. After all, it seems that young Master Fan will not be able to escape political strife, and it will be difficult for him to live a stable life. In the future, it will not be convenient to entrust young Master Fan to Miss Chen. Lin Ruofu shook his head, and there was a chill in his voice. As long as his surname is Fan, he will not be able to escape, so I would rather he be a cruel and merciless person. That way, he can protect Chen and her brother for the rest of their lives. Having said this, he immediately regained his composure. He walked behind the desk and pulled back the veil. Looking at the map of the world behind it, he began to frown in silence. His gaze occasionally swept in the direction of Dongyi, but most of it stopped at the north of the kingdom of Qing, and the complicated network of small vassal states between the kingdom of Qing and northern Qi. After a long time, Lin Ruofu frowned. We need to come up with a strategy immediately, although it may not be a war, and the two sides may not come into direct contact. The northern prefectures need to transport food and horses to those small states. We must make preparations in advance. Yuan Hongdao made a sound of acknowledgement. Then he heard the Prime Minister begin to cough. The coughing was so urgent that it seemed as if tears were forming in the corners of his eyes. The Prime Minister stood in front of the map with his hands clasped behind his back. He frowned as if he had not lost a son that day. Yuan Hongdao looked at his back and sighed in his heart. He felt slightly moved and guilty. Ruofu had lived a rich and noble life, but he had never had a comfortable one. It could be said that one meeting with the princess had ruined his life. All of these things happened in one day. No one knew what these secret deals and quarrels meant. The meeting between Count Sinan and Qin Pingping, and the private meeting between the Prime Minister and the eldest princess. No more than 10 people in the court knew about these two matters. So Fan Xian did not know that his future had already been arranged for him to walk on a golden path. If the past few months after entering the capital had been like the darkness before dawn, with thick, viscous ink covering his face, he would feel pressured and unable to relax. But in the following days, it was as if God had suddenly brought a basin of clean water and splashed it on his face. It made him feel refreshed and at ease, and also made him extremely clear-headed. These days, he kept telling himself that his second brother-in-law's death had nothing to do with him. Only then could he face Lin Wanner, who was the most difficult person to face. Ever since Lin Wanner learned of her second brother's death, she had been in low spirits. Although they had only met a few times, they were connected by blood, and she was still sad. Fan Xian saw all of this and felt bad. Although his second brother-in-law was the mastermind behind his death, he sometimes felt that he was a bit cold-blooded and morbid. If he had heard back in Danzhou that Fan Xizha had died in the capital, perhaps he would not have felt the slightest bit of sadness. Of course, the situation now was different. Lady Lu seemed to have tacitly approved of the current situation, and the Lu family in the capital had also sensed that something was amiss. They had given Lady Lu enough information to refer to, so Lady Lu was unusually calm, and no longer prevented Fan Xizhi from following Fan Xian around the capital. What made Fan Xian feel most at ease was that no one, including the Prime Minister, seemed to suspect that the death of the second son of the Prime Minister had anything to do with him. In fact, he and King Jing were overthinking this matter. That day, Wu Bowen and Lin Gong had been hidden so well that even the Overwatch Council could not find them. Aside from the 4 grandmasters, who else could find them? As long as no one knew of Fan Xian's relationship with Wu Zhu, no one would suspect that Fan Xian had anything to do with Lin Gong's death. What was even more surprising to Fan Xian was that, after many messages, he received some vague information from the Prime Minister's manor. The Prime Minister had expressed some degree of approval for the October wedding. Just as Fan Xian was wondering if the old man had truly become disheartened at seeing his son die, the crafty Count Sinan, Fan Jian, understood the reason behind this before anyone else in the court. For some reason, the Prime Minister and the Eastern Palace, or the eldest princess, were at odds. This was Lin Ruofu looking for a new investment direction. Perhaps it was a sign that the Prime Minister's political focus had begun to shift towards the second prince. The 2 assassinations, one after the other, shook the skies of the capital like 2 bolts of spring thunder. But after the spring thunder, there was no rain, and the matter gradually faded. But the Prime Minister seemed to be grieving over the death of his son, and became somewhat disheartened. He rarely attended court, citing his illness. The crippled Director Chen also did not attend court much. He only stayed in the courtyard, occasionally issuing a few orders. Thinking of this, Fan Xian was puzzled. Why did Chen Pingping not summon him after returning to the capital? He still did not know that the cripple had been spying on him in the celestial prison. Even more puzzled was that Chen Pingping had clearly returned to the capital, so where had Fei Ti gone? In any case, after this short but bitter confrontation, the various powers in the imperial court paid the price of a few lives and rebuilt a somewhat fragile balance. Some people accepted changes that they had no choice but to accept, such as the change of control of the palace treasury in a few years. Others began to find another way to protect themselves and their families, such as the Prime Minister. These changes were undoubtedly extremely beneficial to Fan Xian. At least he did not have to worry too much about his personal safety. Only now did he write a letter to his grandmother, who was far away in Danzhou. He told her that he was doing very well in the capital, and asked her not to worry too much. After spring came summer. Although this was nonsense for Fan Xian, who had finally found a foothold in Jingdou, there was finally less of the rain in his life, and more of the bright sunny days. Happy days seemed to be slowly waving at him from the other side. Summer had come. Could the autumn wedding be far behind? Chapter 106. The imperial edict had already been sent to Dongyi, but Dongyi had only humbly and flatteringly replied to the edict, offering a large sum of gold and silver. They refused to admit that they had anything to do with the manor at the foot of Tsang Mountain. This was a response anyone could imagine. The great grandmaster who guarded Dongyi's sword lodge alone maintained his pride. At the same time, he did not want to bring disaster to the millions of people surrounding Dongyi, so he could only remain silent. The situation in the north was tense. The evidence of northern Qi's meddling in the internal affairs of the Qing kingdom was a fact that they could not defend themselves. So the 2 sides trained their troops on the border, and small conflicts broke out between the small vassal states that each side controlled. It seemed that a war was about to break out. Dark clouds floated in the north of the Qing kingdom, but it was midsummer in the capital. People wandered about freely, enjoying the peace and prosperity that came with a flourishing age. Fan Xian was also one of them. Although the incident at Niulan Street had not ended with his own hands, it could be considered as an explanation to himself and those who had died. And in the process of handling this matter, he learned many things. Although every step he took was actually relying on the power of the Overwatch Council, he learned a lot about the Overwatch Council's procedures. Other than what Fei Jie had taught him all those years ago, he learned a lot more about the Overwatch Council's procedures. The summer was hard to endure. The lawsuit between the Fan family and the Guo family had finally come to an end. In the eyes of many, this was already a small matter. Since Fan Xian had become the functionary of Taichung Temple, he would naturally become a noble of some princess in the palace. The insignificant Guo family, facing the palace, did not dare to meddle. So they had long since withdrawn the lawsuit, and Fan Xian had finally obtained permission to leave the capital. After such a terrible event, Fan Xian dared to immediately leave the capital. It had to be said that it was a very bold move. But now, there were always many people following him to protect him. There were old people from the Fan Manor, and there were people from the Overwatch Council. Now Fan Xian had a secret identity, commissioner of the Overwatch Council. Other than Wang Qinian, he had also recruited a few new faces from all over the place. One morning, before the scorching sun rose, the three young masters of the Fan Manor climbed into a carriage. Under the protection of the guards and Wang Qinian's squad, they drove out of the capital and arrived at the Fan Manor, not far from the capital. This trip was not to avoid the heat, but to offer sacrifices. In the cemetery, the guards had already laid out the offerings such as fruits, incense, candles, and the like. Fan Xian silently looked at the few new gravestones, and his heart was filled with complicated feelings. Ever since his rebirth, he had been holding on to his thoughts, but at this moment, he became somewhat absent-minded. The smoke from the burning paper money was very heavy, and Fan Xian could not stand it anymore. He retreated to the carriage, but Ruoruo endured the smoke. She squinted her eyes and held her brother's sleeve as she stood in front of the grave. She knew that the three guards who were laid to rest here had died for her brother's sake, so her heart was filled with gratitude. Furthermore, she had been taught about this in Fan Xian's letters since she was a child, so she did not think that paying respects to servants was against the rules. In the smoke, a few new guards stood silently behind Fan Xian. Whether it was because of the smoke or the fire, the men's eyes were slightly red. The way they looked at their young master's back was different. After a while, one of the guards kindly advised, "Young master, you've come to see these brothers. It's good enough that you've come to see them. There's a lot of smoke here, so let's go back to the manor." Fan Xian's eyes were also badly stained by the smoke. He smiled and rubbed them. He listened to the guard and got into the carriage. In the carriage, Fan Xian was looking at the accounts of Dombo bookstore for the past month. Seeing his brother and sister enter, he shifted his seat and suddenly lowered his voice. "Big brother, is this a trick to buy people's hearts?" Fan Xian's mood was somewhat gloomy. He smiled and ignored him. He used his hand to ruffle the hair on Fan Xian's big head. "You have to believe that there are some things in this world that are true. A heartless man may not necessarily be a true hero." Fan Ruoro softly said, "How can a man not love his son?" Fan Xian looked at his sister with some surprise. "You." Ruoro lowered her head and explained, "Brother said it once a few days ago, so I remembered it." Fan Xian was very happy to find that his sister was so thoughtful and intelligent. "Remember," he said softly. "This was said by a man named Zhou." Fan Xian looked at him and muttered, "Oh, you've changed your pen name again? When are you going to bring out the last dozen or so chapters of Story of the Stone?" Fan Xian didn't have the energy to do that, but hearing the word pen name made him feel unreasonably embarrassed. He thought to himself that explaining who wrote it was indeed a bit redundant. He was slightly angry and embarrassed, so he continued to lecture Fan Xian. "Perhaps people's hearts can be bought, but things like feelings are formed naturally. If people don't have feelings, then wouldn't they become monsters? Living in this world, not caring about anything, not recognizing family, not caring about life and death. Even if you become an immortal, what's the point?" Fan Xian shook his head and retorted, "You're not an immortal." "How do you know if being an immortal is good or not?" Fan Xian responded quickly, "I'm not an immortal. I'm a human, so I know that being an immortal and not being able to live forever must feel terrible." Suddenly, Fan Xian thought of Uncle Wu Zhu, and a strong feeling of unease and self-blame welled up in his heart. He was worried that when Uncle Wu Zhu grew old, he would become a lonely old man who couldn't speak. But Wu Zhu insisted on hiding in the dark, and Fan Xian had no way of finding him. The carriage left the clan's graveyard and followed the widest ridge between the fields, making its way to the estate with some difficulty. When the carriage arrived at the foot of a large slope on the outskirts of the estate, the people of the estate came out to greet them. It wasn't just tenant farmers who lived there, but also a few destitute families of the Fan clan. They couldn't stay in such a prosperous and expensive place like the capital, so they had to move to the nearby farms. But they didn't have land, and they couldn't bring themselves to pay rent like the tenant farmers. Count Sinan wasn't someone who was willing to spend money to take care of his poor relatives, but he couldn't just watch them starve to death. So for now, these Fan clansmen only helped the Fan Manor look after the farms and took care of the affairs here, so that they could earn some money each month to support their families. Strangely, Count Sinan never mentioned Fan Xian's ancestral homecoming, and Fan Xian pretended to have forgotten. He still had some questions that he couldn't explain. However, in the capital today, there was no longer anyone who looked down on Fan Xian as an illegitimate child. In the Fan clan, they knew that the future of the Fan clan would probably depend on this beautiful young master, so they were especially respectful. Fan Xian took the cup of tea handed to him by the elder and drank it in one gulp. He nodded to the people around him, then followed the guard to a small courtyard on the west side of the forest. This was Teng Zijing's courtyard. Once inside, Fan Xian found that Teng Zijing had already gotten up and was waiting obediently in the courtyard. Teng Zijing looked at Fan Xian and said awkwardly, "Young master, I wanted to go out to greet you, but Ho Saner wouldn't let me." Fan Xian didn't stand on ceremony with him. He helped him into the central room and explained, "Don't blame Ho Saner, I said that." Ho Saner was one of Fan Xian's newly recruited guards. He had been at the front of the country estate. Fan Xian looked at Teng Zijing's slightly stout face and asked, "How's your leg?" Teng Zijing laughed. "It's nothing. I can move it now. I'll probably be able to return to the capital in a few days. If you think it's not easy to recover here, you might as well go back to the capital." As they spoke, Teng Zijing's wife and daughter came in to greet their master. Fan Roro handed out the money and asked Teng Zijing's 5-year-old daughter a few questions. She then carried the child out, leaving the men in the room. Fan Xija was still calculating, and even Teng Zijing's greeting was only a grunt of acknowledgement. Fan Xian looked at his brother helplessly and listened to Teng Zijing's explanation. He'll stay in the manor for now. After all, his wife and son are here. Once he's recovered, he'll naturally return to the capital to serve the young master. The two of them could be considered to have experienced life and death together, so their conversation was much more direct. Fan Xian nodded and praised him. "You sure know how to enjoy your wife and child heating the Kong." Teng Zijing laughed. "It's so hot today. If the Kong gets any hotter, you'll suffer from internal heat." Danzhou's climate was excellent. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer, so no one used Kong beds. After entering the capital, it happened to be spring and summer, so Fan Xian didn't have the opportunity to sleep on the large Kong. Hearing this, he pressed down on the Kong he was sitting on and found that it was cool and comfortable. His eyes turned, and he thought that if he were to live in the middle of the Tsang Mountains for a while after his marriage, he would have to find a way to make a Kong bed. Teng Zijing had no idea that the young master's mind had suddenly wandered to the winter snow mountains after October. "Young master, eat some fruit and then return to the manor. There's nothing good to eat in this manor. Besides, if we delay any longer, it will be too late to get back to the capital. I'm afraid we won't be able to get through the city gates." Fan Xian smiled and waved his hand. "Before we came, I told my father that the three of us will stay the night in this manor and return tomorrow. We've been working hard in the capital for the past few months, and it's rare that we have a chance to have some peace and quiet. Although we don't dare to stay too long, you should at least entertain us for one night." Only now did Teng Zijing know that he was planning to spend the night. He quickly called his wife in and had her prepare guest rooms, hot water, and the like. Although life in the manor was not luxurious, there were many people. As soon as they heard that the young master of Fan Manor was going to spend the night there, A dozen middle-aged wives began to make arrangements. Before long, everything was ready. Fan Xian rolled his eyes and moved closer to Teng Zijing's ear. Arrange for the people following me to stay somewhere close. Chapter 107. Teng Zijing glanced at Wang Qinian, who had been standing quietly behind Fan Xian. Sensing that his scent was different from that of the guards in the manor, he responded in a low voice. Fan Xian looked into his eyes and said in a low voice, "This is Wang Qinian. I have a part-time position in the Overwatch Council. Don't tell anyone else." Teng Zijing's expression froze, and the way he looked at Fan Xian changed. After all, he did not think that the young master he had once wanted to follow would be able to sneak into the forbidden courtyard within a few months of entering the capital. Fan Xian called Wang Qinian over and introduced him. "This is Teng Zijing, the one I mentioned when we met for the second time. You two should get to know each other better. He saved my life before." Hearing this, Teng Zijing's dark face turned red. He waved his hands. "Young master, you speak too seriously. Actually, it was you who saved my life that day." Wang Qinian put his hands together and smiled. He said nothing. Like Teng Zijing, he was very satisfied with the current situation. Not only had he successfully returned to the Overwatch Council, but his monthly salary had also increased considerably. The director had even personally received him once. Ever since he had become a civil servant many years ago, it had been a long time since he had received such treatment. Although Master Fan was only an 8th-level functionary of Taichung Temple, he had a commissioner's token on him. Apart from his own team, only the head of the Overwatch Council and Mu Tai knew about this commissioner. No one else knew. This kind of mysterious power in his hands made him feel very comfortable. They had wild game for dinner. Although Teng Zijing had repeatedly said that there was nothing good to eat in the country estate, the fatty meat boiling in the pot, coupled with the tender green vegetables, was incredibly delicious. Even Fan Xija's appetite was whetted, and he snatched the meat as if there was no one else around. Fan Xian looked at him amused. He picked up a piece of meat and brought it to his lips. He found that the meat was very tender, but the layers of skin were clear, and it was very chewy. He couldn't help but praise it. "Is this moose or what?" Teng Zijing's wife, who was standing to one side, hurriedly replied, "This is white moose meat." Hearing the words by Mosey, Fan Xian froze. He placed his chopsticks in front of him, as if he had forgotten to move. In this instant, he thought of a time many years ago, even longer than Danzhou. At the time, he was lying in bed, constantly thinking of eating white elk meat, and the pretty nurse teased him about his wild imagination. In his previous life, Fan Xian had never eaten white elk meat, only that it was the favorite game of his hometown. These memories seemed to have faded, and it had been a long time since Fan Xian had thought of the events of his previous life. Unexpectedly, the white elk meat today had stirred up the emotions he had hidden for a long time. Fan Roro took small bites from the side. Seeing that her brother's expression seemed a little strange, she carefully asked, "What's wrong?" Fan Xian immediately woke up and smiled slightly. "Nothing." He turned his head to ask Teng Zijing if any of the mountain products had been preserved. After receiving a positive answer, he happily asked Teng Zijing to help him pack up a few dozen caddies of meat to take back to the capital. Teng Zijing had not expected that the things he had prepared today would be to the young master's liking, and was very happy. Fan Xian picked up his wine cup and drank with the others at the table. "Teng Zijing," he said with a smile, "you haven't fully recovered yet. You should drink less." Next to him, Fan Ruoro looked at her brother and smiled, as if to embarrass him. Fan Xian knew that his sister had guessed what he was thinking. Apart from wanting to eat it himself, the main purpose of bringing the preserved game back to the capital was for the gluttonous Wanner to enjoy. After dinner, Fan Xija, in an extremely perverted manner, went back to his room to calculate the accounts. Fan Xian really didn't know what fun there was in calculating accounts, and how could a 12 or 13-year-old bully be able to revel in boring numbers? He could only sigh and let him be. Refusing Teng Zijing's request to accompany him on his crutch, he led Fan Ruoro to the edge of the field outside the courtyard. They looked at the round moon that seemed to be floating quietly among the green hills. Above their heads, the unknown trees rustled in the night wind. It was a very beautiful scene. The dream is still in front of the body. I suspect it is in the dream. How many people are haggard? How many people return? Fan Xian thought of the events of his previous life and occasionally sighed with emotion. He casually recited 2 sentences. Time is a passerby for 100 generations. Heaven and earth, the journey of all things. Life is a great dream. Sometimes I wonder if I am still lying on that bed, dreaming a dream that has lasted so long that I have yet to wake up. He casually sighed, knowing that his sister probably didn't understand what he was saying. But he had forgotten the elegance hidden in Masterly Bai's words, and how lethal they were to a young girl. As expected, Fan Ruoro's eyes began to shine. Fan Xian immediately knew that he had made a mistake. With a distressed expression, he prepared to explain that other than the first 2 sentences, the rest had been written by a great man named Li Bai. But then he suddenly remembered that Xia had mocked him earlier in the day. He secretly sighed and stopped what others might think was a pretentious action. But to him it seemed very natural. He also knew that even if he said it, his sister wouldn't believe him. After all, the Overwatch Council had arrested a number of Xiankijis, but none of them were salt smugglers who knew how to write poetry. So he simply pulled Ruoro into his arms and looked at the moon together. Although Fan Xian had lived in this world for more than 10 years, he still retained some of his unique temperament. This temperament did not match with this world, but for him, it had great benefits. For example, the precaution between men and women, and for example, physical contact. When he held his sister, of course, there was not the slightest thought of a man and a woman, only a very pure brotherly love. On the contrary, when Fan Ruoro was held in his arms, she felt warm and slightly shy, and naturally forgot to ask about those things. In the distance, 2 members of the Overwatch Council stood under another tree like 2 iron rods, protecting their safety. Get up early tomorrow. I have business in the city. Fan Xian sniffed his sister's hair and found it to be a faint orchid scent. He asked curiously, "What method did you use?" Fan Ruoro was slightly embarrassed. She didn't know what to say to her brother. "It's pear blossom water. Why are you in such a hurry?" In this world, girls rarely wash their hair, so the smell was not very good. Even when Fan Xian and Sea Lily rolled around in the same bed, it was the same. It was all covered up by the strong fragrance. Ever since Fan Xian had entered the capital, he had shamelessly asked Fan Ruoro and Lin Wunner to wash their hair often. He even gave them the shower head and wooden bucket design he had made in Danzhou for free. Ruoro and Wunner couldn't dissuade him, so they did as he asked. They didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. It immediately spread throughout Fan Manor and the royal courtyard. Now even Lady Lu washed her hair more frequently. Father should be very happy. This was Fan Xian's unspoken reply. He then replied to Ruoro, "The capital is quieter in the morning. I have a place to go. You come with me, and the others don't need to follow." Knowing that her brother trusted her, Fan Ruoro was very moved. Fan Xian then said, "Tomorrow I have to go to Qingyu Hall to take a look. Shopkeeper Yi and I have discussed it. The capital has been relatively quiet lately, so it's a good time to go and see." The shopkeeper of Qingyu Hall lived up to his reputation. Fan Xia was in charge of planning the accounts, and shopkeeper Yi was in charge of implementing them. Dombo Bookstore's business was doing better and better. Relying on his family's wealth and his official background, he had managed to take over all of the other booksellers on the neighboring streets within 2 months. Recently, he had slowly extended his reach to the neighboring counties. Is the tofu shop still open? Fan Ruoro suddenly thought of a small matter. The Crown Prince is interested in the soy milk you bring to the manor every day. He's afraid that he won't be able to drink it someday. Doesn't he always tell you to open it? Fan Xian smiled. I'm about to become a man who earns hundreds of thousands of silver a day. Why would I care about that tofu? Of course, this was just a naughty joke. He continued. Whenever you have time, you can do it. You don't have anything to do right now anyway, so you can find something to do. In his mind, There was no such thing as a young lady not being able to show her face in public, much less take care of a tofu shop. He just felt that if Ruoro read and wrote poetry every day, she wouldn't become stupid. Fan Ruoro was a little embarrassed, but she still agreed. Fan Xian thought of something important and frowned. Holding his sister's shoulders with both hands, he said seriously, Ruoro, although it seems to me that you're only 15 or 16 years old, and it's still too early for you to get married. But the atmosphere in the capital really isn't good. Even a young man like me is being forced to marry. You have to be careful. If you want to pick someone you like He Zhongwei, who comes to the manor every day. I kicked him out with 3 strokes of the broom. But what if I get married to a good-for-nothing? He said very seriously. If you're going to marry, then you have to pick someone yourself. If you're going to marry someone you like, then you have to make your move early, before the marriage is set. Setting up a marriage is too risky. After all, not everyone in this world is as lucky as me and Wan Er. If it's an order from my parents, I have enough confidence that I can handle it. But what if it's an edict from the palace? Given the position of the Fan family, we have to guard against this. Hearing her brother's words, Fan Ruoro first felt a bit embarrassed. When she heard him boast about himself, she felt it was funny. It was only when she heard the words palace that she truly felt a bit worried. How could she not know that in an official's family at her age, they would indeed be engaged? It was just that, spending every day with her brother, looking at the men of the world made her feel bored. How could she find the one she liked? Chapter 108. On the morning of the second day, the sky was not yet bright, and a thin mist floated in the mountains. The moon from last night had already moved to the opposite field. The carriages of Fan Manor did not disturb anyone in the fields, and headed in the direction of the capital. Teng Zijing and his wife stood at the gate to see them off, leaning on his crutches. Next to them, his daughter was rubbing her eyes, as if she had not woken up yet. The carriages arrived at the gates of the capital, but today was different from the day they had arrived. The markings on the carriages of Fan Manor were very eye-catching. The guards of the city patrol, who had just opened the gates, inspected them, and let the carriages into the city. After all, the previous commander of the city patrol, Jiao Ziheng, had been stripped of his position because of the assassination attempt on the eldest son of the Fan family. The guards of the city patrol, seeing the round markings on the Fan family carriages, did not dare to make things difficult for them. When the carriages arrived at Fan Manor, Fan Xizha yawned and got out of the carriage. He told the servants who came to greet him, "There are dried goods in the carriages. Take them to the back and put them away. You are not allowed to eat them. They are a favor prepared by Big Brother." He then glared at them and roared, "If you dare to eat them tomorrow, and Sister Lin finds that they only have 3 legs, I will personally chop off one of your legs to repay the debt." The servants had long since become accustomed to this young master's tyrannical temper. They did not dare to make a sound, and obediently unloaded the goods from the carriages. The guards also got out of the carriages in the back. Wang Qinian walked to the side of the carriage, quietly waiting for Fan Xian to come down. Unexpectedly, after a long time, there was no movement from the carriage. He opened the curtain, and was shocked to see that there was no one inside. Fan Xian and Fan Ruoro had disappeared. He hurriedly ran behind Fan Xizha and asked, "Young master, may I ask where Master Fan is?" Fan Xizha looked back at him and lectured, "Look at how nervous you are. My brother and sister got off the carriage on the way here. They probably went on an outing, and they don't like to see you following them." Wang Qinian was scared out of his wits. It was all thanks to Master Fan that he was able to return to the Overwatch Council. When Director Chen Pingping had personally received him, he had repeatedly exhorted him to ensure Master Fan's safety and to not let him leave his sight. Who would have thought that Master Fan would leave them behind on a trip out of the city? Seeing his nervous expression, Fan Xizha frowned and said, "He said he'll be back in the afternoon. You don't have to be too nervous." In reality, he did not know the true identity of Wang Qinian and the others. At first, he thought they were aces his father had sent to Fan Xian. Later, He vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but he was too lazy to think too deeply about it. Wang Qinian no longer paid attention to the second young master. He signaled his subordinates with his eyes, then boarded the carriage and drove out of the city. In the heat of the summer, even the chirping of cicadas sounded weak. Fan Xian took Ruoro for a stroll by the Lujing River in the suburbs of the capital. Fortunately, it was still early, and the river was shaded by trees, so it was still bearable. Fan Xian had long since unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a large expanse of skin on his chest. Ruoro, however, did not have this privilege. She could only fan herself with her handkerchief. Fan Xian saw how tired she was and smiled. He took the handkerchief and soaked it in the Lujing River, then handed it to her to cool her down. Do you know why this river is called the Lujing River? According to the records of the capital, this name should have been around since before the current dynasty. It seems that the river flows around the capital and enters the Tsang Mountains in the west. The terrain is undulating, and in some places it flows very fast. In other places it is very quiet, like a mirror, or like a still crystal. That is why it is called the Lujing River. Fan Xian nodded. He thought of the quiet part of the river next to him, where pleasure boats occasionally floated. He thought of Sea Lily, who was still locked up in the celestial prison. He did not know what the final outcome of welcoming that woman would be. After walking for a while, he could finally see a house among the green trees on the opposite bank of the river. It was a simple and elegant little courtyard. A few bamboos protruded from the walls of the courtyard, pointing towards the sky. In this hot summer day, it actually emitted a cold air that stood proudly in the turbid world. Is that Taiping courtyard? Fan Xian frowned as he looked in that direction. Ruoro replied, yes. I heard that many years ago, the master of the Yi family lived here. Later, the Yi family's property was taken over by the palace treasury, and this courtyard became a courtyard for the royal family. But when I often chat with Wuxia, I have never heard of any lady living here. Fan Xian grunted and nodded. Suddenly, a smile blossomed on his face. So this was where his mother had worked, fought, and lived. Ruoro saw the smile on her brother's face, and for some reason felt very happy. She asked, what makes you so happy? Fan Xian rubbed his sweaty fingers and shook his head. He did not say anything. Bringing his sister here today was already a very bold thing to do. Although from what he had seen in the capital, the Yi family did not seem to be much of a taboo. But since his father and Wu Zhu were so cautious, it was better for him to be careful, and so he did not say anything. He had come here today to take a look, mainly because he wanted to enter the courtyard to pay his respects. But since it had become a courtyard for the royal family, it was not convenient for him to go. It was just that he did not know where his mother's grave was, and that made him feel a little uncomfortable. After coming to this world, he had never seen the woman who had given birth to him. But for some reason, he had thought of her as his mother. Perhaps it was because in his previous life, his parents had died early and left nothing behind, so he did not have time to grow attached to his mother. But after coming to the kingdom of Qing, whether it was his escape at the beginning of his rebirth, everything in Danzhou, or the many miraculous encounters after coming to the capital, all of it seemed to reveal the power, and determination that the woman had once possessed. It reminded him that his mother was that woman named Yi Qingmei. Yi Qingmei looked down on all the men in the world. Fan Xian had even wondered if his mother had not died at all. Perhaps she was hiding in a corner far away, wearing a gentle yet cold smile, silently watching his every move in this world, every struggle and every escape. But Count Sinan coldly interrupted all these fantasies. He said that his mother's grave was in a very secluded place in the capital, and that when the time was right, he would naturally go and pay his respects. Fan Xian sighed, knelt down, and kowtowed in the direction of the small courtyard on the other side of the river. Fan Ruoro was slightly startled, not understanding what her brother meant. But as intelligent as she was, she immediately guessed something. She could not help but pale with fright, but she immediately forced herself to calm down. She knelt down with Fan Xian, and bowed in the direction of the other side of the river. With the cover of the trees, even if there were people on the other side, it would be difficult to see them. A pair of snow-white lovers were kneeling on the ground, bowing in the direction of the river. It was a very interesting scene. Fan Xian was a little surprised. He took her little hand and stood up. "Why are you kneeling with me?" Ruoro forced a smile. "What should I call you? Auntie?" Fan Xian chuckled. "I knew you would be able to guess. I didn't want to hide it from you when I brought you here today. There are some things that only I know, and I can't tell anyone. It's a depressing thing." Fan Ruoro sighed. "No wonder you lived in Danzhou when you were young." Fan Xian said. "I only know that my mother is the one from the Yi family. Did you not hear Father or Lady Lu mention this when you were young?" Fan Ruoro thought for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. Fan Xian sighed. He guessed that it was probably because the palace hated the fact that the Yi family had a descendant, so his father had always kept this matter a secret. But given the power of the court, if Count Sinan had been involved with the mistress of the Yi family, how could this relationship have escaped the attention of the palace? Unless the Overwatch Council had kept it a secret for his father. But no matter how much Chun Pingping respected his mother and wanted to save his own life, he should not have been able to keep this matter a secret. All sorts of questions welled up in his mind, making him unusually angry. He was a motherless child, so be it. But now he was beginning to doubt the other half of him. This kind of psychological trend was quite unpleasant. The brother and sister did not dare to get too close to the courtyard. They walked through the forest and onto the official road, following it in the direction of the capital. They planned to go a bit further and find a courier to bring a carriage over. After walking for a short distance, they found a small path on the official road leading to the left. Every step along the path, there was a blue stone hidden in the grass. It was covered in moss, making it extremely difficult to see. It looked rather unique and seemed to be rarely used. Fan Xian's eyesight was excellent. He could see a small wooden bridge at the end of the path, presumably leading to Taiping Courtyard. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He forced his gaze to look away and smiled. The handkerchief is already dry. Is it too hot? Fan Ruoro always seemed to have an indissoluble coldness between her brows, but she did not feel this way in front of Fan Xian. Now beads of sweat seeped out from the fine hair on her forehead, slowly dripping onto her slightly red cheeks. It added a bit of color, but it made Fan Xian slightly surprised. She softly replied that she was fine, and continued to walk forward with her brother. After walking for a short while, they came to a tea shop. The shop was made entirely of green bamboo, and it was very cool and refreshing. Fan Xian was delighted to see it. He took his sister's hand and rushed in yelling, "2 cups of tea." What answered him was a thick silence. There were not many people in the tea shop. A middle-aged man stood at the innermost table. Hearing Fan Xian's voice, he slowly turned his head. His eyes were sunken, and his nose was like an eagle's hook. Although he was full of malice, today he was forcefully restraining it. The middle-aged man looked at Fan Xian with an unfriendly expression, as if he was looking at a little white rabbit. Fan Xian was shocked. He recognized the man as the leader of the guards, Gong Dian, who had exchanged blows with him outside the Qing temple and caused him to vomit blood. Wang Qinian had been kicked out of the Overwatch Council because he had been working hard to catch Fan Xian. Chapter 109. Gong Dian was the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, a close official of the Emperor, and a member of the Imperial Guard. He was Yi Zhong's junior, a disciple of the Yi family, the #1 martial family in the Kingdom of Qing. He was a rare upper 8th level ace, and in terms of fighting ability, he was much more powerful than Cheng Jishu, whom Fan Xian had killed in the chaos. Fan Xian had killed Cheng Jishu with 1 strike, because he had underestimated him, and he had ambushed him with a precious weapon. If the two of them had really fought, Fan Xian's chances of dying would have been much higher. Facing Gong Dian, Fan Xian could not think of any good ideas. Not to mention that he could not beat him, even if he could. Would he dare oppose the palace? A drop of sweat dripped from Fan Xian's forehead. In his heart he kept shouting, "Wu Zhu messed me up. Wu Zhu messed me up." If Wu Zhu had not knocked out the guards, Fan Xian would not have been able to enter the Temple of Qing, and so many things would not have happened. But for Fan Xian, this was the cause of the crisis. Of course, Fan Xian could not really blame his uncle. He was just using this kind of crazed shouting to relax his mind. Gong Dian smiled and took a step forward. His deep voice rang out. "Young man, what a coincidence today." Fan Xian pulled his sister back, who did not know what was going on. He smiled and replied, "I didn't expect to see you again, sir." At this moment his mind was spinning rapidly. Wana had once said that the nobleman in the Qing temple that day was the emperor. Then, Gong Dian's duty should be to surround and protect the emperor. Now that Gong Dian had appeared in the tea house, the emperor should also be here. As he thought about it, his gaze swept past Gong Dian's thin but high shoulders. He saw a middle-aged noble drinking tea at the table, who would occasionally raise his head and look in his direction with a frown. Fan Xian was shocked, but his face did not show it. He smiled bitterly. "Sir, why are you acting like you've searched far and wide for something, only to find it all without any effort? That day outside the temple, I offended you, sir, but I also coughed up blood for a few days. Consider this an apology." The words "search far and wide" were purposely said for the noble to hear. Unexpectedly, Fan Xian did not expect the noble to react. "Capture this person." Gong Dian didn't want to alarm his master, so he ordered in a low voice. The 3 bodyguards on both sides listened to his order and rushed forward. Seeing his opponent's imposing manner, and with a young lady by his side, he knew he would not be able to escape. He frowned and stepped forward, taking the initiative to attack Gong Dian. Gong Dian was not angry. On the contrary, he was delighted. He waved his hand for the guards to stand down. His 2 hands spread out like a goshawk hunting a rabbit. His knuckles were dry and strong, and they went straight for Fan Xian's pulse. Although Fan Xian did not have any exquisite moves, these little tricks were an instinctive reaction to Wu Zhu's hammering. With a strange twist of his wrist, his fingertips slid across Gong Dian's pulse. His arms suddenly lengthened, and with an eerie aura, he abruptly locked onto Gong Dian's wrist. At this moment, Gong Dian's pair of iron hands had already firmly grasped his wrist. Both of them were greatly surprised. Both times, as soon as they came into contact, they immediately locked onto each other. It was really a very inexplicable thing. It was as if they had predicted each other's reaction. Although he was surprised, Gong Dian spoke with great confidence. "Give me your hands and let me capture you." Fan Xian had never expected to fight the head of the palace guards, but he had other ideas. So he frowned and said unyieldingly, "We don't know yet." He gave a muffled grunt, and the snow mountain at his back heated up. A torrent of heat gushed out from that spot, and along his arms, it attacked Gong Dian's body. Gong Dian frowned, seeming to sense the incomparably tyrannical Jinqi of the youth. But at this moment, his master was behind him, so naturally he would not step aside. His eyes flashed, and with a light shout, the vigorous Jinqi that had accumulated in his body for decades gathered in his palms. Their locked arms had already loosened, and their palms were facing each other. After a muffled sound, the green bamboo tea shop was shaken. The nobleman who was drinking tea frowned. It seemed that he did not have any kung fu to protect himself. Behind Fan Xian, Ruoro's legs also weakened, and she almost fell to the ground. There was a flash of white light, and the guards drew their swords and placed them on Fan Xian's neck. At this moment, Fan Xian's arms were sore, and he had no strength to resist, nor did he think about resisting. Gong Dian coughed and put his hands behind his back. When he looked at Fan Xian again, there was something strange in his eyes. He said quietly, "Young man, I haven't seen you in a few months. You've improved again." A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Fan Xian's mouth. This trickle of blood made Gong Dian think of the person in the gloomy room across from the Temple of Qing. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He wasn't sure if he had done the right thing today. This time, it was clear that Fan Xian had lost, but Gong Dian was not as relaxed as he appeared. Aside from the nobleman, no one noticed that his hands, which were behind his back, were trembling. The strange and tyrannical Jinqi that Fan Xian had used to invade his body remained in his meridians, scraping them like little knives. After a while it gradually calmed down, able to use both the pen and the sword. It seems that there have been many such young talents in the world recently. The nobleman looked at Fan Xian, whose face did not change at all, with a smile of admiration on his face. Gong Dian knew that his master cherished talent, and was afraid that he would ask him to release Fan Xian like last time. He quickly walked to the side of the tea table, and in a low voice, explained why he wanted to capture Fan Xian. The noble man furrowed his brows, and then gradually relaxed. His eyes, which were like deep pools, gradually brightened. He looked at Fan Xian, and narrowed his eyes slightly. In a quiet voice he said, "So, it is the young man from that day." He continued quietly, "Gong Dian, the ace you spoke of could easily capture and kill you. Did you tell anyone about this?" Gong Dian was ashamed. "It was only a secret investigation. There were no results, so I did not report it. Please forgive me, master." The nobleman said coldly, "I am excused, but this matter is not to be brought up again, or your entire family will be executed." Gong Dian's heart trembled, and he cupped his hands in acknowledgement. The two of them spoke very quietly. Even Fan Xian, with his extraordinary hearing, could only faintly hear a few words. He didn't know what they were talking about. "Leave us. I want to speak with this young man," the nobleman ordered coldly. Gong Dian was startled. Although the master held the world in his hands, he was powerless. How could he allow him to be alone with this young man? The nobleman seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He muttered to himself, "Gong Dian, stay. The rest of you may leave." "Yes, master." Although the guards didn't understand, they didn't dare to say anything else. They quickly left the tea house. Fan Xian's neck was free, and he twisted it comfortably. Ruoro ran up to him and took his hand. Thinking of the danger he had just been in, she was so anxious that she almost cried. "Functionary Fan Xian, you have been disrespectful in front of the emperor. Do you know your crime?" "I do not know what crime I have committed." The conversation Fan Xian had imagined didn't happen. The nobleman just sat at the table and looked at him with interest. The nobleman's eyes seemed to be much softer than before. They lightly but carefully brushed over his face, which made Fan Xian feel a little uncomfortable. The nobleman opened his mouth and said quietly, "Young man, which family are you from?" "Sir, we are from the Fan family. Yesterday, we went to the country estate to rest. Today we wanted to see the scenery, so we wandered here. I don't know why you are making things difficult for us." Fan Xian thought it would be more appropriate to call him sir. Hearing his answer, Gong Dian was shocked. He now knew that the person he had been looking for was Fan Xian, the man who had killed an 8th-level master. Thinking of how Fan Xian's father, Count Sinan, was the master's trusted aide, and that he held some power that even he didn't know about, Gong Dian thought he understood why the master had ordered him not to reveal the existence of the Grand Master. He looked at Fan Xian apologetically. The nobleman smiled. "You are Fan Jian's son?" Hearing him call his father by name, Fan Xian was even more certain of his identity. He responded with even more respect. "That is correct." The nobleman nodded. "This is a misunderstanding. Don't bear it in your heart." Fan Xian hadn't expected the nobleman to be so easy to talk to. He was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. "I wouldn't dare." The nobleman continued. "You've been in the capital for a few months now. How have you been?" Although he didn't understand why someone of his status would care about him, Fan Xian couldn't pass up this opportunity. Thinking of all the troubles he'd had in the past few months, he said with a hint of disappointment, "Living in the capital is not easy. It's not as good as home." "You mean Danzhou?" "Exactly. What's so good about Danzhou? Although Danzhou is remote, the people are simple. As long as you don't harm others, no one will harm you. It's not like after you've entered the capital, whether you want to or not, there will always be things that will come to you." The nobleman didn't seem to expect the youth to be so direct. After a slight pause, he smiled. "The capital is unparalleled in its prosperity, and naturally its difficulties are also unparalleled. But with Master Fan's protection, and with Master Fan's reputation as a master of both the pen and the sword, I presume you will have a comfortable life in the capital." It was as if Fan Xian was listening to a jade edict. If he hadn't been faking it, he would have knelt down and thanked the edict, and then announced it to the entire capital. The words of the emperor were like gold and jade, but his face remained calm. "I hope so," he replied softly. It was getting late, and the nobleman had many matters to attend to. He got up and left. Before he left, he looked at Fan Xian carefully and smiled with satisfaction. "If fate wills it, we will meet again." He then turned to Fan Ruoro and said quietly, "Little girl, when you were a baby, I held you. I didn't think you'd become a big girl in the blink of an eye. In the future, a good marriage awaits you." Fan Ruoro was slightly taken aback. She didn't know how to respond. After saying this, the nobleman laughed brightly. He seemed to be very happy. He left the tea house where Qing Zhu was and got into his carriage. A long time after the carriage had left, the nobleman was lost in thought. He sighed. His facial features are vaguely similar. His ability to climb walls at night is somewhat similar to mine when I was young. In the tea house, Fan Ruoro asked curiously, "Who was that?" He seemed to be familiar with father. Fan Xian had finally shaken off his nervousness. Covered in sweat, he sat down on a stool and said, "It was His Majesty. Damn it. Why do they all like to go out incognito? Do they really think they don't have to pay for scaring people to death?" As soon as he said this, Fan Ruoro covered her mouth in shock. Crack! At that moment, a clap of thunder sounded out of nowhere in the blue sky. It was as if it wanted to pierce into the tea house's bamboo and strike a certain someone to death. Chapter 110. After casually getting some water to drink in the tea shop, the brother and sister continued on their way uneasily. Before long, they saw Wang Qinian and the others in a carriage that had come to pick them up. The other party's identity was here. His expression was strange, and his mood was not very high. Wang Qinian didn't dare to say anything. Why would the emperor appear here? Fan Ruoro leaned against the carriage and used a handkerchief to fan her slightly sweaty face. She looked very charming. Fan Xian forced a smile and replied, "Our emperor has always lived in seclusion. I had long expected that a man could stay for so long in the royal palace, which is filled with the smell of palace resentment and rouge. He must often come out to relax. Walking to the Lujing riverside is a very natural thing. It was just that it was a bit fun earlier. I always thought that Sir Gongdian would call him Master Huang." Fan Ruoro giggled and said, "How can everything be like the stories you tell? If it was really like that, you should have opened a storytelling shop a long time ago." Speaking of storytelling shops, Fan Xian immediately thought of the tofu shop. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "Ruoro, what are you planning to do in the future?" Fan Ruoro's expression darkened. In these days, after a woman married, it was to accompany her husband and children, do embroidery, and take care of the backyard. Given Ruoro's knowledge and ability, she would probably be unwilling to spend her life like this. However, she couldn't make more plans at the moment, so she could only temporarily leave it as it was. After entering the capital, the carriage went straight to the 28-li slope. The 28-li slope was not a large slope. It was just a famous name in the south of the capital. It was said that hundreds of years ago, when Jingdo was far from being as vast as it was now, the 28-li slope was the last part of the slope before entering the capital. It was a full 28 li from the last relay station on the official road in the southwest. Every time the carriage came here and traveled the last 28 li, the horses and people were tired. They were particularly tired. The last part of the slope looked even taller than Dong Mountain by the seaside. The 28 li slope's name came from this. 28 li hill had long since been absorbed into the city walls and turned into a street. Only its name remained, and Qingyu Hall was located here. The carriage stopped some distance away. Fan Xian and his sister alighted and walked along the street. Along the way, they saw a neat row of small storefronts, all made of the cheap wood from Lingnan. They were painted with varnish, and the wood spots were clear. If you glanced at them, you would feel as if countless one-eyed monsters were staring at you. Fan Xian was startled and asked curiously, "Why do they all use this?" This method of cooking was common in small restaurants in his previous life. It tasted like fresh wood, cheap and refreshing. Wang Qinian shook his head. He was not cut out for business. This is Qingyu Hall, Fan Ruoro explained. Every door is where a shopkeeper teaches disciples. There are 17 shopkeepers, so there are 17 rooms. Fan Xian counted, and found that there were more than 20 such small rooms on the side of the street. He asked his sister why, and Ruoro said unhappily, "After all these years, there are bound to be some shopkeepers who are getting old and starting to retire, or who have died of illness." The group of people chatted as they walked to the front. It was a very beautiful house with a large courtyard. Looking at the overhanging eaves of the courtyard walls, it must have been divided into many courtyards. Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. It felt somewhat familiar, and after thinking about it, he remembered that this was similar to the Taiping Manor he had seen on the banks of the Lujing River. The place where these shopkeepers lived was a little strange. The words Qingyu Hall were not written on the door. At that moment, a Fan Manor guard came forward to hand over a name card. When the gatekeeper saw the name on the card, he immediately knew that the newcomer was young Master Fan, who had recently been in the limelight in the capital. He hurriedly invited him in. Because Seventh Yi was currently helping the Fan family manage the Dombo bookstore, he didn't even need to inform them. Just as they were about to enter the manor, the person in charge of supervising Qingyu Hall from the royal court came through, and was about to question the identity of the guest. Wang Qinian looked at him coldly. He didn't even bother to show himself, so he let one of the younger members of his group deal with him. He followed Fan Xian into the hall. The person supervising Qingyu Hall was also a member of the Overwatch Council, so he immediately knew that he had done something unnecessary. They entered the hall, sat down and served tea. Sitting at the head of the table was a man of about 40 years of age. His brows were gentle, and it seemed that under the pressure of all these years, he had become cautious and cautious. But Fan Xian knew that this man was the head shopkeeper of Qingyu Hall, known as Big Yi. Back in the day, he had been in charge of the Yi family's most important business. He couldn't have looked as boring and useless as he was now. He couldn't help but smile. "I've always thought you were old and virtuous, but now I know you're so young." Big Yi had no idea why young Master Fan had come to Qingyu Hall today. Although more than 10 years had passed, and the Yi family was no longer a taboo, he had been under house arrest in the capital for more than 10 years. His temperament was no longer as lively and bold as it used to be. His body was hunched, and his spirit had faded. He smiled bitterly. "I've long been an old man. Young Master Fan, you're always funny." Fan Xian chuckled. "Let's get straight to the point. The first reason I'm here today is that the Dombo bookstore's business is excellent. I want to thank Seventh Yi, and I want to see what Qingyu Hall looks like." Big Yi smiled. "Young Master Fan, you've paid for the people of our hall to do things. Naturally, we should let you earn some money. If we were to lose money doing business, I'm afraid Qingyu Hall would have fallen long ago in the capital." When it came to earning money, Big Ye's countenance naturally revealed a sense of self-confidence, and his whole body glowed with brilliance. Fan Xian secretly praised him, thinking that this was how someone who had been taught by his mother should be. He cupped his hands in greeting and said politely, "Actually, I've come today to trouble you with something, Big Yi." Big Ye's heart skipped a beat. If it was just for business, Fan Xian's distinguished status would not have brought him here personally. Could it be that he was thinking of something? Big Yi had to think of the lives of the Qingyu Hall's shopkeepers, waiters, and relatives. He didn't dare listen to what Fan Xian was thinking. He refused. The court has a clear rule that Qingyu Hall's people are not allowed to leave the capital. If young Master Fan is too arrogant, Qingyu Hall will not be able to help. Fan Xian laughed. "Of course I know that. I've come today to ask Big Yi to be someone's teacher. As far as I know, over the years, there have always been officials from the Ministry of Revenue and Palace Treasury who have been apprenticed to Qingyu Hall. They specialize in business management. I've been very comfortable working with Seventh Yi, so I'd like to introduce a student to you." Big Yi asked curiously, "Who could it be?" Fan Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Big Yi understood and said quietly, "Honored guests have come from afar." Why don't you let my wife take Miss Fan for a stroll in the back garden? He looked at Fan Ruoro with a smile. Although our courtyard is nothing special, it was personally designed by the master of the house. It's quite impressive. Fan Ruoro had already understood. She smiled and followed the shopkeeper's wife to the back garden. Wang Qinian and the others were also driven out by Fan Xian. Seeing him so cautious, Biggie couldn't help but feel afraid. He didn't know who it was that wanted to learn the way of business. Fan Xija, my second brother. Fan Xian took a sip of tea. You must have heard of him. Biggie was shocked. Although there was no conflict between the two sons of the Fan family, Count Sinan's property was still there. How could the son of a noble be willing to learn the way of business? Could it be that young Master Fan wanted to use this matter to prevent Fan Xija from inheriting the title? But such a clumsy trick was too absurd and unworkable. Fan Xian hadn't expected shopkeeper Yi to think so much. He said softly, "My second brother is a businessman by nature, but he is only relying on his inheritance and love to support himself. In the future, if he really wants to do something, his ability is not enough. So I hope he can have the honor of becoming a disciple of head shopkeeper." Biggie quickly shook his head. As cautious as he was, he didn't dare get involved in such matters. He said, "Assistant Minister Fan is in charge of all the money and grain in the world. This business is bigger than anyone else's. How could a mere Qingyu Hall dare to teach young Master Fan?" Fan Xian was a little disappointed, but he wasn't in a hurry. According to his plan, Biggie wouldn't be able to escape being his teacher. He sat quietly in his chair, slowly moving the Jinqi in the snowy mountain. He opened his 4 meridians, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself for a while. After confirming that his sensitive ears couldn't hear anyone eavesdropping, he lowered his voice and said, "There's one more thing. I don't know if Biggie dares to listen. If you do, I'll tell you." Seeing him so secretive, Biggie smiled helplessly. He knew that even if he didn't listen, Fan Xian would tell him anyway. As expected, Fan Xian smiled and said, "I am now the functionary of Taichung Temple." Seeing him say this without a head or tail, Biggie was a little puzzled, but he still respectfully congratulated him. He knew that this young man in front of him was about to marry a noble from the palace. Unexpectedly, Fan Xian immediately said, "My fiancée is the young lady of the Lin family." He knew that although Big Yi had been sitting in the capital for 15 years, many years ago, he must have had many channels to learn of certain secrets. As expected, Big Ye's expression changed dramatically. He stared at Fan Xian's eyes and said coldly, "What is young Master Fan trying to say?" Fan Xian lightly replied, "In at most 2 years, I will be able to take control of the palace treasury, but I know that my ability is insufficient. Father's Ministry of Revenue, after all, is the wealth of the nation, and I want to manage the wealth of the palace, so they can't give me much help. And I." He looked back at Big Ye's emotionless eyes and said, "Need help, need your help." Chapter 111. The hall suddenly became quiet. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Shopkeeper Yi was shocked. The palace treasury? He had personally taken care of that place. Everything that the lady had left behind. How many years had it been since he had gotten close to it? But how could the court allow people like him to get close to that property again? As if guessing what he was thinking, Fan Xian smiled. "I have read the edicts summoning you to the capital. You are not allowed to invest in the business, but no one has said that you are not allowed to take over the Yi family." The temptation was too great. For the shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall, managing the properties of the manors and controlling the copper mines and salt fields was not enough for them to show their true abilities. And the palace treasury, in the eyes of the shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall, it was their property to take care of. Just look at what the eldest princess had done to the property left behind by the lady. Every time they thought of this, these professional managers felt their teeth itch with hatred. Master Fan's invitation represented the opinion of Fan Manor, and Fan Manor had a special relationship with His Majesty. Could it be that His Majesty had finally thought it through? Fan Xian stood up and smiled. This is only a suggestion. There is still a long time. You can take your time to think about it, shopkeeper. Having said that, there was nothing more to say. After Fan Ruoro returned from her boring stroll, the people of Fan Manor took their leave. Shopkeeper Yi respectfully saw them out the door and watched them get into the carriage. Only then did he wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Fan Xian suddenly poked his head out of the carriage. His beautiful face was as bright as the sun. He called out loudly, "Shopkeeper, if you have really thought it through, remember to call someone to the manor. I will bring my second brother and some cured meat to pay respects to you." Shopkeeper Yi heard him call out, thinking that Fan Xian was going to talk about taking care of the troublesome property in front of everyone. He was startled, but when he heard that it was about that matter, he calmed down. He knew that Fan Xian was reminding him that if he was willing to accept the conditions, he would have to become Fan Xian's teacher. But Shopkeeper Yi didn't understand. Why did he have to bring cured meat to become a teacher? He frowned. It seemed that many years ago, it was either 9th Yi or 23rd Yi who had mentioned cured meat. Why did 9th Yi and 23rd Yi bring it up? He slapped his forehead and returned to Qingyu Hall, somewhat sorrowful that his memory had indeed deteriorated. On the carriage back to the manor, Fan Xian was also a bit tired. He had never been a person who liked to scheme. However, for himself, for the Fan family, and for many people, he had to do something. In his plan, the original Yi family's business would be slowly taken over by his second brother. After all, his talent in business was not as good as that kid's. As for the rest, he would take his time. Only now did he understand what teacher Fei Jia had told him in Danzhou. The matters of your family are far more complicated than you can imagine. It involves not only your own survival, but also the lives of many others, so you must be careful. In the years before you grow up, you have to learn how to protect yourself. Only then will you have the ability to protect others in the future. In the future, who will I protect? Fan Xian was puzzled. Fei Jia smiled and pointed at his own nose. For example, people like me, who are already inseparable from you. So Fan Xian had to do something to protect people like Ruoro, Wan and the Fan family, who were already inseparable from him. At the same time, he wanted his mother's old subordinates in Qingyu Hall to live a little happier. Of course, at this moment, he still did not think that there would come a day when teacher Fei Jia, or those old monsters like Chun Pingping, would need his protection. Master Fan's visit to Qingyu Hall was a big deal, at least for the many people in Qingyu Hall with the surname Yi. Business was, after all, the end of the road. Although these shopkeepers had earned who knew how much money for the prince's manor and the officials' families, they still could not show their faces in public. So very few people of status would personally visit Qingyu Hall. In the secret meeting in the back garden, when shopkeeper Yi revealed the purpose of Master Fan's visit, the people sitting around the round table turned pale with fright. Some of them began to recall the glory of the past, while others paled at the ruthlessness of the palace. There is no need to think too much about it. Since Master Fan dared to make this suggestion, he will certainly find a way to persuade the palace. Shopkeeper Yi looked at the other council members and frowned. It depends on what everyone thinks. There are 5 of us, and according to the old rules, everyone has 1 vote, and I have 2. However, Old Six is currently doing business with Fan Manor, so I asked him to give us some advice. The other shopkeepers turned their gazes to the 7th Yi of Dombo bookstore. He lowered his head in thought, then said, "The relationship between Master Fan and Master Fan is much better than we imagined. Master Fan may seem indifferent, but in reality he is extremely ambitious. Everyone knows that he has made a name for himself in the capital. From what I see in his daily actions, it seems as if he doesn't care about Count Sinan's estate. Furthermore, the people he associates with are all powerful people like Crown Prince Jing." Shopkeeper Yi nodded. "It is still early, but we must prepare early." One of the council members raised an objection. "Why take the risk? It was not easy for everyone to keep their lives, and these years have been smooth sailing. It's not really a risk. After all, so many years have passed. I think the palace should be relieved of us. Besides, we don't leave the capital, and our lives are in the hands of the court. Another person shook his head. We are only merchants and we cannot rebel. What is there to be afraid of? I really want to take over those things again. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I haven't blown a glass pot in many years. Back then, I was the best at it among all of you. This sentence seemed to tug at everyone's fond memories, and they all laughed. Someone jokingly scolded. The lady said you were a big boaster back then. The man was embarrassed. I'm not you, he said. Back then, I liked to blow bubbles in the soap factory. Yida smiled and raised his hand to stop the clamor of these old men. Do you have any other opinions? He asked. The first council member who raised an objection stopped laughing and said calmly, First, we must confirm that the palace has given us permission before we can do it. Although we all want to return to the place where we started, safety is still the most important thing. The lady said back then that as long as we are alive, anything is fine. Eldest Yi frowned. Fan Manor used to have a good relationship with the Yi family. These years, the Overwatch Council and Count Sinan have taken good care of us. I don't think Count Sinan will betray us. The council member said coldly. Don't forget, the Li family used to have a good relationship with the Yi family. In the end, we were still betrayed by them. Li was the surname of the country, so the Li family was naturally the royal family. As soon as this was brought up, the secret room in the back garden of Qingyu Hall fell silent. The faces of the people around the round table showed uneasy expressions. Summoning the old members of the Yi family had always been a risky matter, so Fan Xian was only going to make the first move. Moreover, he was using the excuse of inviting a teacher for Fan Xija, so that not many people would notice. After all, he didn't know how long it would be before he actually took over the palace treasury. Before he took over, he had to first prove that he had the ability to do so, and before that, he had to meet the emperor's definition. The emperor's definition of accepting a member of the palace treasury was simple. Whoever married Lin Wen'er would have the palace treasury. Although he didn't know why his uncle loved his fiancée so much, since Fan Xian had chosen to accept this marriage, he naturally chose to accept this challenge. Before the wedding, he first had to face another kind of challenge. The functionary of Taichung Temple had always been a nominal position, similar to an honorary title in a certain world. It was used to give the future son-in-law a more elegant position. Although it was only an 8th-level official, it was noble enough. At first, the custom of the Kingdom of Qing was to make a 6th-level official of the Tongguan school. But later, it was discovered that many son-in-law couldn't even memorize a poem, so the custom was changed to a functionary. In the previous dynasty, the functionary was known as a functionary and was in charge of the rhythm of the ancestral temple. The royal family always thought that the son-in-law couldn't compose poems and that they could only hum a few tunes, so it was decided. Although it was a nominal position, he still had to report to Taichung Temple. So early that morning, Fan Xian sat in his family's carriage with a worried face and hurried to Taichung Temple. At the temple gate, a 4th-level official of Taichung Temple was already there to greet him. Fan Xian was flattered by this display and hurriedly went down to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries with his colleagues at Taichung Temple, he entered the yamen and sat in a small room, listening to the official explain what he should do. This official had been personally promoted by the Prime Minister, so it was easy to explain why he was so cordial to Fan Xian. But the official, as well as many officials in the court, still didn't understand why the illegitimate daughter of the Prime Minister was marrying the illegitimate son of the Fan family, and why everything was done according to the rules of the palace. Perhaps His Majesty was too fond of the Lin and Fan families, but in the eyes of many officials, His Majesty was too mischievous. And those who knew the true identity of the young lady of the Lin family wouldn't say anything. Fan Xian thought he was tone-deaf and couldn't avoid making a fool of himself. He didn't know that after sitting there for a whole morning and drinking a bellyful of warm tea, he found that most of his colleagues were the same, only reading the newspaper issued by the palace. His stomach was bloated from drinking too much tea. He sighed, took a newspaper, and entered the latrine. The newspaper was still full of gossip, but now that Chen Pingping had returned to the capital, The palace no longer dared to fabricate stories about the director's first love. Holding up his pants and coming out of the latrine, he unconsciously stuffed the newspaper deep into his underwear. Only then did he come to his senses and laugh. This was a habit he had developed in Danzhou years ago, and all the money he had saved up had been plundered this way. Just as he was about to go back to drinking tea, he suddenly heard a burst of exclamations from the room. Victory! Victory! God bless the Qing kingdom! Fan Xian's heart trembled. He knew that the struggle between the imperial court and northern Qi had ended with the imperial court's victory. After this small-scale battle between the puppet kingdoms, it was likely that more land in the north would be included in the kingdom of Qing's sphere of influence. Chapter 112. Inside the room, the officials were gathered together, reading the court bulletin, which clearly described everything that had happened in the north. Whether in terms of timeliness or richness of information, it was far more attractive than the newspaper published by the palace, especially since it contained news of the kingdom of Qing's victory. Fan Xian smiled wryly as he took out the crumpled newspaper from his bosom. He apologized to the great calligrapher Pan Ling of the Library of Documents, then sat back down at his table and began to drink his tea. The people around him were talking excitedly about the war, and no one noticed his silence. Instead, it was the vice minister who looked at him and smiled, motioning for him to come out. Fan Xian walked out, somewhat uneasy, and arrived at a secluded spot. This was already deep in the courtyard, where there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs. The vice minister motioned for him to sit down, then smiled. Everyone is celebrating, but you sit alone in silence. Why? The vice minister's name was Ren Shaoan. He had once been a distinguished man, and had later married a princess. Since then, he had steadily climbed up the ranks in Taichung Temple. It was somewhat similar to the situation Fan Xian was facing today. Fan Xian wasn't sure whether or not Sir Run was grieving over something, and so he didn't know how to respond. All he could do was smile faintly. The royal court's victory is a matter of course, so it's not a surprise. Why is it a matter of course? Ren Xiao asked curiously. Fan Xian really didn't have much to say about military affairs, so he could only evade. His Majesty is wise, and his soldiers are loyal. Northern Qi has a guilty conscience, so naturally they won. Ren Shaoan smiled at him. I just remembered that the war between the 2 countries has something to do with the assassination attempt, Sir Fan. Fan Xian was startled. He also remembered that one of the excuses the kingdom of Qing used to defend Qi and aid Zhao was that assassins from northern Qi had infiltrated the capital, intending to murder the son of a minister. Thinking of the corpses along the banks of the northern border, and the empty women of the various provinces and prefectures, Fan Xian didn't know why, but he felt a little stifled. He sighed. Soldiers are weapons of murder. Saints have no choice but to use them. He knew that although the kingdom of Qing had been at peace for more than a decade, the martial spirit in its bones had not faded, so he was very careful to hide it. But in front of Ren Xiaoqing, he thought it was just a casual chat, so he spoke casually. Ren Xiaoqing seemed to appreciate his words and nodded his head. Even so, we have gained a lot of land this time. The kingdom of Qing will have a few more years of peace. It is worth it. Fan Xian was not a pedantic pacifist. He smiled and acknowledged this fact. Ren Xiaoqing continued. Although all the military achievements will go to His Majesty, the imperial court has been secretly planning for this for 2 months. It can be said that they have racked their brains. Fan Xian immediately sensed something else from these words. He knew that the vice minister was saying that the civil service in the court had also contributed a great deal to the war. After all, Fan Xian had 2 lifetimes of experience. He knew that in the end, fighting a war was a battle of logistics, so he sincerely said, "The great officials of the court also deserve great credit." Ren Xiaoqing smiled in satisfaction and continued, "The Prime Minister and you are about to become father and son-in-law. If you have the time, it would be more appropriate for you to pay a visit to him." Of course. Thank you, Vice Minister, for the reminder. Fan Xian felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He was about to marry Wanner, but he had not yet paid a visit to his future father-in-law. This was somewhat inexcusable. But this was supposed to be an open relationship between the Lin Manor and the Fan Manor. Why would Ren Xiaoqing tell him this in private? As expected, Ren Xiaoqing said quietly, "Teacher hopes that you will go to the Prime Minister's manor alone. He does not want to alarm too many people." Fan Xian accepted the order fearfully. The next day, the court was filled with flattering words. The military received many rewards, and the Fourth Bureau of the Overwatch Council was also rewarded by an imperial edict for their intelligence. But to everyone's surprise, Count Sinan, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Fan Jian, stepped forward and said that this victory was all thanks to the Prime Minister's racking his brains. He had prioritized the affairs of the state before the affairs of his family. He had smoothed out the logistics and had provided them with sufficient provisions. The officials were in an uproar. They did not understand why their political enemies were so harmonious today. But when they thought about the marriage between the two families, they suddenly understood. What was even more unexpected was that Guayu, the Minister of Rights, who had always been on the Prime Minister's side, spoke out against it. Most unexpected of all, Chen Pingping went to court. When His Majesty asked him about it, he sat in his wheelchair and softly said, "The Prime Minister has worked hard." At this point, the political enemies who had been attacking the Prime Minister over the collusion between Wu Bowen and Northern Qi suddenly quieted down. His Majesty had issued an imperial edict to comfort him, and Lin Ruofu had regained his footing. And there was a rumor in the court that the Prime Minister, because of the marriage alliance with the Fan family, had turned to the second prince. The second prince, who had originally had no support in the court, had suddenly become a powerful figure. No one knew that behind all this, the depressed Ren Xiaoqing of Taichung Temple and the 8th-level functionary of Taichung Temple were chatting under the courtyard wall. Through Fan Xian, he had sold his father-in-law a favor. This time he felt a little more secure, although he was still afraid that the Prime Minister would find out that he had ordered people to kill the second young Master Lin. He did not have to hide like he had for the past 2 months. He did not have to go to Taichung Temple every day. He only had to go to the temple once every 10 days. That afternoon, Fan Xian rode in a carriage to the royal courtyard. Now that his marriage to the girl in the courtyard was known throughout the capital, and with Fan Manor's generosity, the guards in charge had begun to turn a blind eye. Fan Xian and his sister walked in together. They were not in the mood to look at the wild flowers and weeds in the garden. They just followed the gravel path to the small building. Fan Ruoro was a little surprised. "Brother, you seem to be familiar with this place." Fan Xian smiled. "I have a good memory. It's not like you don't know that." But in his heart he laughed. Over the course of 10 days, he would go in and out of the garden 2 or 3 nights a day. It was difficult not to be familiar with it. Unfortunately, according to the rules, he, the future son-in-law of the princess, still could not see Lin Wanner in the courtyard. He could only sit downstairs and drink tea while Ruoro went up alone. He was in no hurry. After all, he could see his fiancée every night, so there was no hurry. After a while, 2 people came down. Seeing the girl behind Ruoro, Fan Xian's eyes brightened. The girl's eyes were clear and bright, and her eyebrows were a little thick, but she did not seem rude. On the contrary, she was very spirited. It was Yi Linger, the only daughter of the commander of the capital's garrison Yizhong. Yi Linger saw a strange man waiting downstairs, and felt a little strange. Fan Xian smiled and rose to greet her. "Miss Yi, long time no see." As soon as the words left his mouth, Fan Xian knew that something was wrong. When he had met Yi Linger that day, he had put on makeup and assumed the identity of a doctor. Today, however, he had clearly come to the courtyard to visit. If he said long time no see, he was afraid that Yi Linger would become suspicious. To his surprise, Yi Linger only looked at him coolly and bowed. "Greetings, Master Fan." Seeing that she knew who he was, and was not surprised by what he had said earlier, Fan Xian knew that Wanner must have told this close friend about their relationship. He smiled and said, Wanner is fortunate to have you as my companion. My sickbed is not so boring. Fan Xian thanks you. Yilinger's expression was cold. Master Fan is too polite. Fan Xian saw that this woman didn't seem to like him, but he wasn't angry. He didn't think that just by relying on his pretty face, all the women in the world would have a natural liking for him. So he just smiled and bowed again. He turned to Ruoro and said, "How did it go with the matter you asked?" Fan Ruoro smiled. "That's what you're worried about," Sister Lin said. Fan Xian suddenly waved his hand and smiled. "Let's talk about our own family matters at home." Hearing this, Yilinger flew into a rage. Fan Xian really was a narrow-minded person. The meaning of his words was too obvious. Did he mean that the matter between the Fan and Lin families did not need to involve Yilinga? "Master Fan," she said angrily, "don't go too far in your words and actions." Fan Xian was taken aback. Where did this come from? Why did Miss Yi have such a bad temper? He felt inexplicably irritated. Ignoring her, he took his sister by the hand and walked out of the manor. Outside the courtyard, Yilinger left the manor with the servant girls. Seeing Fan Xian holding Ruoro's hand, she laughed coldly. Fan Xian did not understand. He held Ruoro's cold hand and waited for the carriage to arrive. Ruoro's expression became somewhat awkward. Indeed, there were not many siblings in the world who were as close to each other as they were, and Fan Xian did not often pay attention to such things. Seeing his sister's expression, Fan Xian finally understood. He wondered why that woman kept pestering him. The relationship between him and Ruoro was like the bright moon and the cool breeze, so he was particularly angry. He turned to Yilinger and frowned. "Miss Yi, is it because there are no adults at home to discipline you? Is that why you wander around the capital and Dingzhou every day?" Yilinger had not expected that her unintentional sneer would provoke such a vicious verbal attack. "Who are you calling uneducated?" she shouted angrily. "Who said that?" Fan Xian smiled warmly. "I don't think anyone here has." Seeing him act like a scoundrel, Yilinger became even more exasperated. "Then aren't you wandering around the capital every day? You're about to get married, and yet you're still so indecent. I haven't seen you go to Taichung Temple many times. Is it because there are no adults at home to discipline you as well?" Fan Xian's gentle temperament carried a hint of murderous intent, but he was even more mischievous. He knew that if he did not get angry, she would get even angrier, so he spoke even more warmly. "I've come to visit my fiancé, and that's all right. Miss Yi and my Wanner are good friends, and you often visit. I have already thanked you. I just hope that you will watch your words, and not try to drive a wedge between our families." Yilinger was so angry that her lips twitched. Hearing him play this trick again, she said hatefully, "I don't know what Wanner sees in you, you foppish playboy." Fan Xian sighed. "How am I foppish?" Yilinger said hatefully, "You're not good at literature, and you're not good at martial arts. Are you saying that you're a foppish playboy?" Fan Xian laughed, a little ashamed. "I loathe boasting," he said, "but people in the capital say that I'm skilled in both literature and martial arts, that I can compose a poem in 7 steps, and that I can kill in 7 steps. The praise makes me feel a little smug, and today I've been enlightened by your words. I am truly grateful." Seeing him act like this, Yilinger remembered his reputation and angrily stamped her foot. She didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she bit her rosy lips and put her hand on the knife at her waist. After some thought, she removed the knife and threw it on the ground in front of Fan Xian. It made a crisp sound. Chapter 113. Following the sound, the gate to the royal courtyard fell silent. Although the kingdom of Qing had enjoyed a long period of peace, and there were only small skirmishes on the northern frontier, it had only been a few decades since the founding of the kingdom, so the people were still valiant and courageous. As the daughter of a military family, it was normal for Yilinger to have a small scimitar at her waist. But, to throw it in front of Fan Xian's feet was quite unusual. Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. He knew that this was an invitation to a duel, similar to the world he had lived in. When European nobles dueled, they liked to throw their gloves at each other's faces. He scratched the right side of his face, feeling a little itchy. Amused, he thought that if the dual rule in the kingdom of Qing was to throw the knife at the opponent's face, then every duel would be successful. Everyone looked at Fan Xian. Ruoro nervously tugged at Fan Xian's sleeve. Although Yi Linger's waist was slender and supple, she was a true 7th-level master. No foppish young master in the capital would dare to provoke her. But since she had thrown the knife and issued a challenge, as a man, Fan Xian would appear cowardly if he did not accept the challenge. He was afraid that he would not be able to raise his head in the capital. Seeing that the two nobles were fighting fiercely, the guards at the gate of the side courtyard looked down and pretended not to hear anything. Naturally, no one would be so stupid as to tell the princess in the side courtyard, "Your best friend and the man you're about to marry are about to fight." Who would be so stupid? Since you claim to be a master of both the pen and the sword, I would like to see on behalf of Wanner whether or not you have the ability to protect her. Strangely, ever since she had thrown down the knife, Yi Linger's entire state had undergone a miraculous change. She had calmed down, and her beautiful jade-like eyes were filled with confidence. Her small and weak body seemed to contain a vast power that she was about to unleash on Fan Xian. Fan Xian's heart trembled. Only now did he know that this girl was a powerful person who hid her strength deeply. However, on his face, he smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying 3 words that no one present expected. "I refuse. Refuse the duel?" This was a very rare thing. Refusing a woman's challenge would probably make Fan Xian unable to raise his head. No one understood why Fan Xian would make such a jaw-dropping choice. Fan Xian explained sincerely, "Although Miss Yi does not like me, you are still Wanner's good friend. How could I have the heart to attack you?" Without waiting for the crowd to cheer, he smiled and said, "What's more, I don't want to hit women unless it's absolutely necessary." The carriage had arrived a long time ago, but seeing the tense situation, it had stopped outside. Wang Qinian saw that his opponent was Yi Linger, and could only worry helplessly. He did not dare to use his identity as an Overwatch Council member to pressure his opponent. Having said this, Fan Xian once again took his sister's little hand and walked towards the carriage in a show of force. A clear voice rang out furiously. Finally, Yi Linger could no longer endure Fan Xian's incessant barrage of insults. She exploded, her silhouette blurred, and she was already behind Fan Xian, her fists flying straight out. Fortunately, she still had some martial arts heritage, and before she moved, she had already given a warning. Feeling the violent wind behind him, Fan Xian's right hand cleverly exerted force and led his sister to the side. Immediately after, he turned around, and then he saw a fist heading straight for his face. The fist was small and beautiful with fair skin. One could even see the faint blue veins on its surface. When it was clenched into a fist, only the thumb was exposed, and it was painted with pink cardamom. To be able to see so many details in such a short amount of time only proved 2 things. First, Fan Xian was a man of many emotions and desires. Second, although Yi Linger's actions were violent and fast, compared to the elusive staff on the cliff in Danzhou, she was still much slower. The tip of his foot moved an inch from the ground, and his whole body moved with incredible speed to the left, causing the murderous fist to completely miss, which brushed past his cheek. There was a buzzing sound as the fist missed, but it still caused the wind to tremble, and the hair on Fan Xian's cheek floated up. At this moment, his right hand had already been raised without anyone noticing. His index finger bent slightly, and in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he flicked Yi Linger's pulse. Even Gong Dian, the deputy commander of the palace guards, could not dodge this move if he was caught off guard, let alone Yi Linger. All he heard was a light grunt, and her tightly clenched fist had already loosened, right next to Fan Xian's cheek. But Fan Xian had no time to be happy. His eyes narrowed, and he strangely took 3 steps back. He stretched out his hand and clapped it 3 times in the air. Pa, pa, pa. 3 crisp sounds rang out next to him. As soon as Yi Linger's fist loosened, her 5 fingers opened up like peach branches in spring. Each finger was like an awe-inspiring branch, aiming for his temple. Fan Xian dodged completely, by relying on his reflexes. He struck out 3 times, blocking the 5 streaks of air piercing through the air. The Yi family's Sans Ho. The onlookers cried out in alarm. The great-grandmaster Yi Luyan of the kingdom of Qing was Yi Linger's great-uncle. No one had expected this young lady to have received Yi Liuyun's teachings. The cries of surprise did not stop. Fan Xian's face was calm as he rushed forward, and his fist landed squarely on Yi Linger's palm. There was a muffled sound, and whether Yi Linger's fingers were peach branches or something else, they were all broken. The powerful Jinqi in his palm had bluntly broken his opponent's Sanzhou. Yi Linger floated back half a foot, clutching her wrist in pain. She looked at Fan Xian in shock. She had never imagined that the Jinqi in Fan Xian's body would be so strange. After her palm had touched it, it had invaded her meridians. The pain made her mind scatter, and she immediately lost the will to Sanzhou. "You are no match for me." Fan Xian was still smiling, using words to provoke her. Yi Linger gritted her teeth and charged forward again. This time she was even more ferocious than before. Her 5 fingers formed a knife, and she chopped down horizontally. The palm knife cut through the air with a whistling sound. She was a woman, and her innate Jinqi was not as abundant as that of an adult man. So when Yi Luyan had first taught her Sanzhou, he had put some thought into it. When faced with an expert whose Jinqi was stronger than hers, she would use her fingers as a palm, turning the will of the Sanshou's withered branches into the power to chop wood. Fan Xian felt a chill in his heart, but his body did not sway under the wind of the palm strikes. His feet were hurried, and he relied on the escaping skills he had learned on the cliffs in Danzhou to dodge each of Yi Linger's vertical palms with great skill. Perhaps it could be said that it was extremely dangerous. The wind from Yi Linger's palms grew fiercer and fiercer, and the spectators felt as if there was a cold wind blowing in all directions. It was as if there were countless knives dancing around Fan Xian, and he vaguely sensed danger. He grunted, and the tyrannical Jinqi filled his body. He stomped heavily on the ground, and forcibly stopped himself from retreating. He exerted strength in his waist and abdomen, and his whole body felt as if someone had punched him from behind. He suddenly shot forward. From retreat to advance, there was no sign of stopping. The wind from the palm strike disappeared, and so did Fan Xian. The next moment, the spectators' mouths dropped open. Fan Xian had disappeared from Yi Linger's bosom. His 2 hands were like iron pincers around her armpits, and he lifted her terrifying palms and placed them on his shoulders. To be precise, before Yi Linger's 2 palms struck down, he had used a technique similar to holding her in his arms to grab her vitals. Fan Xian's trick seemed shameless, but in reality, he was trying to find the only way to get close to her in the midst of the wind from the palm strikes. Furthermore, it was only a very small space in the blink of an eye. His speed and eyesight had already reached a terrifying level. Of course, this was all thanks to Wu Zhu's teachings. Yi Linger suddenly realized that Fan Xian was falling toward her like a ghost, and then he was hugging her. She frowned. She knew that for him to be able to get close to her body, he had to have some kind of eyesight technique. She was shocked but not panicked. Her palms stopped moving, and her whole body rose into the air. Without any warning, she kicked toward Fan Xian's shin. If this kick landed, Fan Xian would probably fall on top of her in pain. However, at this moment she couldn't care too much. Just then, Fan Xian let go of her hands, letting her unfinished palm strike fall freely. The structure of the human body was strange. If your palms were chopping down, it would be very difficult for your legs to kick up. Fan Xian needed a moment of discomfort from his opponent. Taking advantage of this brief moment, he had already rushed forward with his fist. This was Fan Xian's 3rd punch in the capital, after the murder on Yulan Street. Each of his punches had broken a person's nose, and today was no exception. There was a soft sound, and a beautiful flower of blood floated in the air, giving off a romantic feeling. Yi Linger covered her nose and squatted down. There was blood between her fingers. After a moment, she began to cry out in pain. Fan Xian was speechless. "If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. How can you cry when you lose?" The servants of the Yi Manor had long since surrounded her, but they were well behaved and did not swarm her. It seemed that it was common for Miss Yi to fight someone, but there were still many people who stared at Fan Xian. Fan Xian confidently brushed his robes without any misgivings. But the royal guards who were watching from a distance lowered their voices and sighed. Miss Ye's family is well educated, but I didn't expect her to be hit by Fan Xian's black fist. Seeing Miss Yi squatting on the ground and crying, Fan Xian remembered that she was only a 15-year-old girl. But he didn't feel any guilt. Not hitting women didn't mean he was willing to be hit. When his mother had first entered the capital, she had beaten this girl's father, the current commander of the capital garrison, Yi Zhong, into a pig's head. His own uncle Wu Zhu had once fought with Yi Luyan under the palace walls, forcing the Grand Master of the Kingdom of Qing to go into seclusion for several months, forsaking his sword and taking up Sanzhou. Him hitting Yi Linger could be considered a continuation of this glorious tradition. Chapter 114. Given Fan Xian's temperament after the fight, he would have hurried home to find his mother. But he had never expected Ruoro to glare at him. It seemed that his sister thought he had been too heavy-handed. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head, watching as she took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Yi Linger's nose. Yi Linger's nose is pretty, but it's a pity she looks like a snot-nosed child. Yi Zhong's family name is Yi, and so is my mother. Was it because of this that we never liked each other? Now Yi Linger and I don't like each other either. It looks like it's the legacy of our elders. Fan Xian was actually a very calm person, but the situation was awkward, and it was not convenient for him to leave, so he could only think of such things to hide his emotions. After a long time, the weeping Yi Linger finally calmed down under Ruoro's comforting words. When she looked at Fan Xian again, there was not only hatred in her eyes, but also respect. She was, after all, a daughter of the Yi family. She was not as skilled as Fan Xian, but she would not argue. She struggled to bow to Fan Xian, acknowledging her defeat. Seeing that his opponent was straightforward, Fan Xian felt a little embarrassed. He coughed and asked casually, "What palm technique did you use just now?" "Coffin breaker." Yi Linger sniffled and stubbornly replied, "I admit defeat, but that is only because I am not skilled enough. It has nothing to do with the martial arts of the Yi family." Fan Xian finally felt that there was something cute about this girl. He laughed. "Coffin breaker is a good name. It seems to be a simplified version of Luyan Sanzhou. It is not easy for you to have such a level of martial cultivation." The sedan chair had to be carried by people in the front, and people in the back had to carry it as well. So Yi Linger covered her bleeding nose and snorted. "What move did you use?" she asked. Everyone in the Yi family was obsessed with martial arts. Yi Linger was in no hurry to get back at Fan Xian. Instead, she was anxious to find out what kind of strange and unimaginable method her opponent had used. The people of Qing loved martial arts, but no one had ever been like Fan Xian. He had only relied on his jinqi, speed and judgment to strike first. He had relied on his understanding of the human body's structure to attack the parts of the enemy that he had never paid attention to. Every little bit made a mickle. Yi Linger had never seen such a method before, but her granduncle had. Fan Xian was taken aback. His black fist didn't seem to be much of a technique, so he said, "It's just a small trick. Miss Yi, please go and treat your wounds." These techniques were the killing techniques that Wu Zhu had taught him, the techniques of identifying people that Fei Jie had taught him, and the insights he had gained from using them for the first time on Yilan Street. Fan Xian called this a little trick, and it was indeed like the name. Later, Fan Xian's little tricks became famous in Jingdou. It became a name that could be included in a book on the martial path. This was something Fan Xian could not imagine at this time. Otherwise, he would certainly have named it something like Danzhou's plum-breaking hand, or Sinan's 6 yang palms. But today, his little tricks had won against the great coffin breaker. Although this sort of sparring in Jingdou was mostly carried out in the manors, it was nothing new, so the Fan and Yi manors did not do anything. Yi Ling who had admitted defeat, left resentfully. But before she left, she insisted on handing the curved knife at her waist to Fan Xian, saying that it was a prize for admitting defeat. Sitting in the carriage, Fan Xian smiled bitterly as he played with the prize in his hand. He thought that fighting a young girl for no reason might even offend the Yi manor. Fan Ruoro seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. She smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The children of the Yi manor love martial arts, and everyone knows that. Otherwise, they would not have produced a grandmaster. Yi Zhong is a man of integrity, and will not get angry over such a small matter." Fan Xian sighed. "It's not entirely because of this matter. I just think it's ridiculous." Fan Ruoro laughed. "Earlier, you refused to duel with her. That was quite surprising." "Surprising? Are you worried that the people of the capital will think I'm a coward? You said before that she is only a 7th level ace. And I am a strange scholar, who has even killed an 8th level ace. Even if I don't fight her, will the people of the capital think I'm afraid of her?" Fan Xian smiled. Although it is said that swords are more powerful than words, if words alone are enough to humiliate an opponent, then there is no need to resort to swords. Having said this, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, "Fine, we've already fought. There's no point in talking about this." Fan Ruoro giggled. Fan Xian asked curiously, "Why does Miss Yi always dislike me?" "I don't know." Fan Ruoro thought for a moment, then replied, "She probably thought that it was a very sad thing for sister-in-law to marry you. Later, although this problem didn't exist, we lied to her again. It was equivalent to using her help to let you see sister-in-law. She couldn't take this lying down." Fan Xian smiled bitterly. "I knew it. There are no secrets between friends. The key is Sir Fei's student." Fan Ruoro continued to explain. "Last time my brother used this name. Now it seems that many people know that our family has a good relationship with Sir Chun of the Overwatch Council. Perhaps it was because of this that they let the cat out of the bag." Fan Xian's heart trembled. He didn't want others to guess anything from this, did they? But then he thought about how many years ago the Yi family had been in the capital. Based on what he saw in front of him, it seemed that the people of the capital had long forgotten what had happened. Fan Ruoro handed him a piece of paper. He took it and looked at it carefully, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it out the window. On the paper were a few sentences written by Wan. His main purpose in coming to the manor today was to discuss with his fiancée what he should bring up when he was about to visit his father-in-law. Although Lin Wanner hadn't lived with the prime minister since they were young, they were still father and daughter. She knew better than an outsider like Fan Xian. The next day the sky darkened. Dark clouds hung over the city, slightly reducing the heat of the sun. But it made the capital feel even more like a steamer basket. Fan Xian wiped his sweat and crouched on the edge of Jiazhu Street, carefully picking through the goods on the stall. Jiazhu Street was the distribution center for antiques and playthings in the capital. People who were interested in these things, whenever the weather was good, liked to come to this street to look around. Fan Xian imitated the actions of an expert. One foot on the shoulder of the road, the other on the edge of the stall's vellum. His fingers moved about randomly on the stall. More than an hour had passed, but there was no final result. The stall owner was a little anxious. But seeing that Fan Xian was dressed like a rich man, he couldn't say much. All he could do was smile. "Sir, what goods are you looking for?" "Snuff bottles." Fan Xian opened his mouth helplessly. Wanner had said that the Prime Minister's favorite hobby was playing with snuff bottles, so he had hoped to find something good today. He hadn't expected that his eyes would be dazzled, and he still hadn't seen anything that caught his eye. "Well, you found the right place." The stall owner's eyes lit up and he said, "I have blue and white glaze, jadeite, amber, whatever you want. Especially the jadeite." "Very good. Look at this." He picked up a small pot. The color of the pot was green and slightly yellow. "See, it's yellow poplar green. Although it's not very old, the quality and workmanship are excellent." "Do you have emerald?" Fan Xian thought that he had to pick the most expensive one. The stall owner said awkwardly, "Emerald is too precious. It's used to make snuff bottles. That's a standard only available in the palace. Although we don't really need it these days. If you want to find an emerald snuff bottle on Jiazhu Street, it'll be a little difficult." The stall owner was a very good person. He pointed Fan Xian to a large shop on the street, saying that if he wanted to find an emerald snuff bottle, he had to go there. Fan Xian thanked him. put down a piece of silver, and picked up a piece of porcelain, which he wasn't sure was real or fake. Then he got up and left. Wang Qinian watched from the side, and a smile rose on his face. He thought that Fan Xian was very gentle to peddlers and commoners, and most importantly, he was very meticulous. Entering the large shop, Fan Xian was greeted by a gust of wind. When he looked closely, he saw that it was a fan that was constantly moving. Fan Xian was very impressed. He wasn't in a hurry to ask about the snuff bottle. First, he grabbed the stall owner and asked who sold the fan. After asking, he found out that it was a new product that had come out last year. The stall owner had some friendship with the merchant, so he put it in the lobby as a living advertisement. After asking for the merchant's address, Fan Xian began to ask about the snuff bottle. The stall owner looked Fan Xian up and down. From his clothes, he confirmed the value of Fan Xian's wallet. Only then did he go into the back room and carefully take out a box. He placed it on the table and opened it. The box was covered with red brocade, and extremely soft materials supported the snuff bottles of all kinds of materials to prevent them from breaking. The stall owner didn't say much. He simply asked, "Do you want the best or do you want the best?" Fan Xian liked this feeling. He smiled. "Of course the best." Hearing this, the stall owner closed the box and felt around his waist for a long time. Then he took out a light green jade bottle. The material was green and smooth, without a trace of flocculation. It was a high-quality material. Inside, there was a painting of a fisherman sitting alone by a cold river. Not only was the artistic conception high, but the brushwork was also slender and soft. The craftsmanship was extremely rare. "Name your price." Fan Xian took it and played with it in his palm. It felt warm and smooth, and it felt very good. It was a little itchy, a little smooth, and a little moist. 2,000 taels of silver. The stall owner's face was expressionless. It seemed that he was very annoyed by people coming to buy things. He seemed a little cold and indifferent, which actually piqued Fan Xian's interest. The goods were indeed good. The style of an old shop was indeed different. He thought about it. The money he had saved in Danzhou, plus the money his sister had given him, had all been given to his brother to open a bookstore. Dambo Bookstore's business was booming, but the money he had saved up had not yet been returned to him. Later, he had borrowed 2,000 taels of silver from Tung Zijing. Subtracting the 400 taels he had spent on the pleasure boat, he had used them a lot lately. He still had about 1,300 taels of silver left. He frowned. 800 taels. Chapter 115. Fan Xian didn't know how to bargain, but in his previous life, that beautiful nurse often chatted with him and told him that when girls bought clothes, they would bargain from a third. Fan Xian wasn't as smart as the young girl, so he cut the price by 2/5. But the shopkeeper glared at him, as if annoyed at this young man's lack of knowledge. He coldly closed the box and prepared to take it back to his room. Fan Xian panicked and opened his mouth to call him back so they could discuss the price. Unexpectedly, Wang Qinian, who had been silent all this time, gave Fan Xian a meaningful look. Fan Xian followed him out suspiciously. "It's only worth 400 taels. Wang Qinian respectfully said to him, "Sir, let me ask." Having said this, he walked back into the shop without a signboard. After a while he came out again, this time with a verdant snuff bottle in his hand. Then he took the 400 taels of silver from Fan Xian and handed it to the shopkeeper, whose face was ashen. Once in the carriage, Fan Xian quietly said, "Don't use your position to bully the good people." He touched the snuff bottle in his belt and couldn't help but laugh. But it's not bad to bully these profiteers once in a while. Wang Qinian smiled. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes bloomed like chrysanthemums. After all, he was a man in his 40s. He carefully explained, "He's not a profiteer. It's just that this snuff bottle only costs 300 taels at most. We're not bullying him by offering 400 taels." "Oh." Fan Xian looked at Wang Qinian in surprise. Could it be that Sir Wang is well versed in antiques? How else could you tell the real price at a glance? You should know that there's a lot of foam in this trade. Wang Qinian laughed again. Sir, have you forgotten what I did for a living before I was admitted to the academy? Fan Xian suddenly understood. He laughed out loud and said, So when you were a lone thief, you learned this knowledge along the way. Wang Qinian was embarrassed. I was peddling in those small kingdoms by myself. I didn't dare ask for help, so I had to sharpen my eyes. With such an expert in the antique world, it was no wonder that he could cut down the price of the snuff bottles so easily. Returning to the main gate of the Fan Manor, Wang Qinian's small group withdrew, leaving the Fan Manor's own defense forces to handle. At the same time, the fans that Fan Xian had ordered from another shop arrived at the front door. The servants hurriedly took them in, but when it came time to pay the bill, the cashier said to Fan Xian with a pained expression, Although these fans are good, they are too expensive. Young master, you bought 5 of them at once. It will be difficult for me to report to the second wife. At that moment, Lady Lu had just walked into the account's room. Hearing what the accountant had said, she looked at Fan Xian with a smile that was not quite a smile. She nodded and said, Enter the account. Fan Xian smiled and saluted his aunt. Hello, aunt. The current situation between the two of them was too awkward. They couldn't be considered close, and their hatred had yet to erupt into hostility. Fan Xian was a bit puzzled about something. He frowned and asked, Aunt, I think this fan is cool and comfortable to put in the hall. But why haven't I seen anyone else using it? Madame Lu smiled and shook her head. Regarding this matter, you will understand it better than anyone else in the future. It's all because the price of that shop is too high that no one is willing to buy it. Summer is only a few days away, so even if we dig an ice house, it won't be much more expensive than that fan. Fan Xian was quick-witted and understood immediately. This is the palace treasury's business? Lady Lu nodded. Fan Xian sighed. How could it be so expensive? Any peddler could learn this craft. Why aren't there others selling it? Lady Lu smiled. Although no one says it openly, everyone knows that this is the emperor selling the palace treasury's business. Who would dare to copy it? The Overwatch Council can just give it a name, and it's a crime punishable by imprisonment or exile. Fan Xian shook his head, feeling that something was wrong. Lady Lu asked curiously, Why did you buy 5 of them all at once? Fan Xian explained gently, 1 in the flower pavilion, 1 in my father's and aunt's room, and the other 3 are to be given away. 1 to King Jing's manor, 1 to the Prime Minister's manor, and 1 to the Duke's manor. Lady Lu's paternal family was also a large one in the capital. Within 3 generations, there had been a duke, so whenever the Duke's manor was mentioned in the Fan Manor, it was the Lu family. Lu Heng, the Duke of Hongyi. Lady Lu was a little surprised. She hadn't expected this handsome young man to be so thoughtful, and she hadn't expected him to take the initiative to show her goodwill. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She smiled absent-mindedly and left the accounting room. In fact, after seeing Lady Lu, Fan Xian had occasionally thought of returning the relationship between him and Lady Lu. If he wanted Fan Xizha to stand firmly by his side in the future, and to avoid the family fights that he disliked, then he had to ensure that Lady Lu wouldn't do anything that would make it impossible for the two sides to reconcile. Small favors and small gifts naturally wouldn't have that kind of effect, so he had to take things one step at a time. Fan Xian was confident that Lady Lu's heart was divided into 3 parts. One belonged to Count Sinan, Fan Jian, and the other to Fan Xizha. As long as they could mutually benefit from each other, Lady Lu shouldn't have too many objections. As for the assassination attempt when he was 12, Fan Xian frowned and forced himself to control his emotions. He convinced himself that the Empress and the eldest princess were his true enemies. In the Prime Minister's manor, Lin Ruofu gently stroked the snuff bottle in his hand. This is polished from the finest emerald, he said softly. The stopper is very clever, although it's painted on the inside, and the work is good. It seems a little redundant. Yuan Hongdao listened to the side. He knew that the Prime Minister was referring to something. He smiled. A new son-in-law pays his respects to his father-in-law. It's only right that he brings some gifts. Lin Ruofu smiled and stood up. With one hand, he opened the scroll on the table. It turned out to be a painting of an old man fishing alone by the river. The river flowed without end, and the entire painting was covered in ice and snow. Next to the painting was a poem. 1,000 mountains of birds fly, 10,000 paths of people disappear. An old man with a straw hat on a lonely boat, fishing alone by the cold river. Lin Ruofu softly recited the poem on the painting and sighed. Although the painting is ordinary, and the calligraphy isn't extraordinary, this poem is good. I've always heard that Fan Xian was famous for his poems, and it seems so. But with this poem, do you still think that he only brought the proper meaning between a father-in-law and son-in-law? Yuan Hongdao smiled bitterly. He thought that this young master Fan was really strange. He knew that the old man had just lost his son, and that his heart had not yet calmed down, and yet he had brought such a sad poem and painting. After a moment's thought, his eyes brightened. Sir, look here. He pointed to a spot in the painting. That spot of white ink was right beside the mountain peak. On the side of the cliff, one could faintly see two extremely thin and light ink lines in the snow, swaying and swaying, like a stalk of grass struggling to straighten its back in the snow. This is a dot of green on the snowy cliff of the cold river, Yuan Hongdao explained with a smile. Lin Ruofu looked at the extremely difficult to find grass in the painting, and his expression gradually softened. It seems that even you like this young man called Fan Xian. Yuan Hongdao was not afraid of anything. He smiled. Young Master Fan comes from a good family, is talented, and has an excellent temperament. From what you say, he sounds like a perfect person. Lin Ruofu smiled and shook his head. If Chun-Er can be happy when she marries him, then of course that's good. Suddenly he lowered his voice. But about that matter, are you really sure? Yuan Hongdao answered very seriously. The matter at the foot of the Tsang Mountains has already been confirmed. I heard that Fei Jie is currently negotiating with Dong Yi. Yes. Lin Ruofu half closed his eyes. I think so too. In truth, I don't care about Fan Xian's talent or family background. I only care about his temperament and methods. As long as his temperament is good and his methods are ruthless, after I die, if he can protect the Lin family and my only son and daughter, then that's good enough. After Lin Gong's death, the Prime Minister was actually somewhat disheartened. His eldest son was an idiot, and he couldn't see his daughter for many years. But he still had to think about his officials and his clansmen, so the kind of person Lin Wuner would marry was the most important thing in his mind. How is it outside? Lin Ruofu asked with a gentle expression. Very good. It's even better than what you and I had imagined. Why is the sky blue? Because the sea is blue. Why is the sea blue? Because when light enters the sea, it turns blue. Don't listen to me. I don't know much about these things. I'm basically just talking nonsense. Why is the water in the pond clear and not blue? Because the water in the pond is shallow. In the garden, Lin Wuner's eldest brother sat on a rattan chair. His fat body seemed to take up the entire chair. He asked Fan Xian curiously. His eyes were pure and innocent like a child's, but his eyes occasionally showed a bit of dullness. Fan Xian knew that the eldest son of the Prime Minister's manor wasn't in good health, but he didn't realize that Wuner's eldest brother was actually an idiot. For some reason, the Prime Minister didn't want to see him. Fan Xian stayed in the back garden, but coincidentally ran into his brother-in-law, so he could only chat with him. He smiled and thought to himself, I wonder if this chubby idiot would occasionally get angry and beat me up. What's your name? Fan Xian smiled as he looked at his idiotic brother-in-law. After chatting for a while, he realized that his reaction was actually a bit slow, like a child a few years old. He was a bit adorable, at least more adorable than the accountant Fan Xija. His brother-in-law pursed his lips, making his chubby cheeks look even rounder. 2 wrinkles appeared on the sides of his lips. My name is De Bao. My brother is called Air Bao. Air Bao hasn't been home for a long time. Fan Xian's heart trembled. He thought of the dead Lin Gong. In the blink of an eye, he looked at his idiotic brother-in-law in front of him, not knowing what to say. Chapter 116. If an average adult were to chat with an idiot who only had a few years of intelligence, it would be easy to get annoyed. But Fan Xian was different. In the last years of Fan Xian's previous life, he had been bedridden and unable to move. In this life, when he practiced that strange tyrannical martial method, he often fell into a semi-vegetative state. Thus his patience was excellent. In addition, he felt pity for this retarded brother-in-law in front of him called Dabao, so he was able to control his temper and smile as he chatted with Dabao. In Fan Xian's mind, this slow-moving, fat man next to him was much more adorable and trustworthy than anyone else in the capital. I say, big brother, why is Dabao so fat and you so thin? Dabao frowned, as if troubled by this question. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. First of all, you are my big brother, and I will be your brother-in-law. Second, I'm not thin. It's just that Dabao is a bit fat. Dabao shook his head and yawned. He picked up a piece of Jiangnan cake from the table next to him and put it in his mouth. He chewed vigorously and spoke with a lisp. Dabao is not fat, I just like to eat. Seeing that the Prime Minister had no intention of passing on his message, Fan Xian rolled his eyes and moved closer to his brother-in-law's ear. Dabao, when will I take you out to play? Play what? Dabao said happily. I want to play polo. Fan Xian felt a headache coming on. Thinking that he had given himself something to do. He had wanted to take his brother-in-law out for the summer, and then use it as an excuse to drag Wanner out of the heavily guarded royal courtyard. How could he have known that his fat brother-in-law wanted to play polo? He quickly changed his mind and said, Dabao, do you want to hear a story? Dabao's nostrils flared, and he took 2 deep breaths. Good, he said excitedly. Dabao loves stories. Thus, in the garden of the Prime Minister's house, a refreshing voice began to speak. This voice was telling a story. The story was about a beautiful Snow White and 7 dwarves living happily in a forest. One day, Snow White went to pick small mushrooms. This is unexpected. Prime Minister Lin Ruofu looked out the window and smiled. Do you think he's faking it? Yuan Hongdao shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. Master Fan's smile is extremely sincere. It must be from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ruofu sighed. Invite him in. Fan Xian had been nervous ever since he entered the Prime Minister's private residence. When he entered the Prime Minister's private study and saw his future father-in-law's face for the first time, he couldn't help but tremble a little. After all, the death of the Prime Minister's only normal son had something to do with him. However, he still maintained a respectful and cautious expression on his face and was abnormally calm. Greetings, Uncle Lin. Addressing Fan Xian was a very particular matter. Calling him Prime Minister was certainly not appropriate, and calling him Sir Fan was not beautiful either. Calling him uncle would not only strengthen the relationship between the Fan family and the Lin family, but also faintly show the closeness that the marriage would bring. Lin Ruofu looked at Fan Xian's calm face and was satisfied with his performance. After a moment's deliberation, he said, I believe that Master Fan understands why I have invited you here today. Fan Xian hurriedly replied with a smile. Uncle, please call me by my name. Lin Ruofu nodded. Fan Xian, do you have any objections to this marriage? Fan Xian thought to himself, what objections could he possibly have? He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Seeing his expression, Lin Ruofu felt even more at ease. He smiled. As you can see, after Gonger passes away, I only have 1 son and 1 daughter. Chin'er is to be married to you. You must treat her well. Fan Xian lowered his head and replied in a low voice, without any hesitation. The older generation will pass away one day. Lin Ruofu suddenly spoke in a clear voice. If I were to be presumptuous and say that one day in the future, I entrust my son to you, would you be able to bear the responsibility? Fan Xian thought for a moment, then stood up. He cupped his fists and bowed. Of course. In the future, we will be considered one family, so there are some things that I can say in front of you. Lin Ruofu looked into the young man's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of his heart. Although Wan'er and I rarely see each other, she is still my daughter. Her surname is Lin, so we must consider the interests of the Lin family. Once the marriage is over, I believe Count Sinan will understand that our two families will share the same life and glory. I hope that in the future, whether in court or in the wilderness, you will firmly remember your position. From now on, you will not only protect the Fan family, but also the interests of the Lin family. His words were blunt, but it was the only way to show that the Prime Minister had finally given his approval to the marriage. Fan Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although marrying Wan'er was a matter handled by the palace, to have his father-in-law's approval would naturally make it more legitimate. But thinking about the other meaning behind these words, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This father-in-law, whom he had just met, had clearly abandoned the Eastern Palace, but he didn't know if he was preparing to lean on the side of the second prince. Everyone knew that Fan Manor and King Jing's Manor were the second prince's supporters, but Fan Xian knew that his father's thoughts were much more complicated. After the successful trip to the Prime Minister's manor, Lin Wan'er finally found an opportunity to enter the palace. She showed her filial piety to the Empress Dowager for half a day, and somehow managed to persuade her uncle, who was usually stone-faced, to receive an edict. She was finally able to leave the royal courtyard and go for a stroll. Under the careful care of Fan Xian and the royal doctors, Lin Wan'er's recovery was excellent. She could already go out for a walk. Although the root of her illness had not been cured, it was not a good idea to hide in the small building all the time. So when he heard that the palace had finally lifted the ban, Fan Xian was overjoyed. Early the next morning, he took his carriage and all the things he had prepared, and rushed to the royal courtyard to wait. After some time, the courtyard finally became lively. First, a few guards led the way, then a few old nannies led the way, and a few pretty maids led the way. Finally, Lin Wan'er leisurely walked out with the support of the head maid Siki. Lin Wan'er wore a refreshing white dress and a bamboo hat on her head. This kind of hat was extremely light, and under the hat was a thin layer of gauze. It blocked the sunlight and also covered her beautiful face. Only the faint smile on her face and lips could be seen. Fan Xian went forward to greet them, but the old nannies became nervous when they saw this new son-in-law. They stood in front of the princess like they were fighting a flood, and stared at him fiercely with eyes like lightning. Fan Xian was furious. He thought to himself, "I'm in love and I have to be disturbed by you guys. If you really annoy me, I'll give you some laxatives. I'll glare at you until you can't leave the toilet." Lin Wan'er looked at him apologetically, but she pinched the servant girl next to her. Siki felt the pain and almost cried out. Who did she offend this time? But she understood what her mistress meant. She quickly went forward and said to the young master, "Master Fan, let's split up. We'll meet again at the summer villa in the western part of the city." The summer villa was a royal summer garden, about 20 miles west of the capital. If Lin Wan'er hadn't come out today, Fan Xian wouldn't have been able to enjoy it. Fan Xian snorted, but he knew that if he sat in the same carriage with Lin Wan'er before the wedding, she would be embarrassed, and the old nannies would go crazy. So he didn't say anything more, but he gave Ruoruo a look. Ruoruo understood and smiled. She walked to her future sister-in-law's side and gently took Lin Wan'er's hand. She said something, and then followed the group of people from the villa into the palace carriage. Brother being the son-in-law is a very annoying thing. Fan Xizha looked at Fan Xian sympathetically. Autumn is coming, Fan Xian sighed. It shouldn't be a problem for your sister to follow sister-in-law. Those damned old nannies don't think lilies will bloom in carriages. What's a lily? It's a holy plant. The two of them left early, just as the sky brightened. But by the time the carriages reached the summer villa, the sun had already woken up. It warmly shone on everything, as if it were a comrade. Fortunately, the royal palace had already considered these problems. The pampered royal family all refused to accept the warmth of the sun, so the villa was built next to a dense forest. It was next to the mountains and looked out over the lake, sheltering it from the sun and welcoming the wind. The surface of the lake was calm, but the wind still blew gently, taking away the last bit of dryness in the forest. Fan Xian stood on the grass by the lake, looking at the scenery in front of him. He was full of admiration. The activities of the emperor's farmhouse were indeed different. Their living conditions were much better than those of the common officials. When they entered the summer villa, Ruoro somehow managed to persuade the royal guards to leave the old nannies at the front of the villa to drink tea and play mahjong. Only a group of young people remained by the lake. The guards were either standing or sitting in the distance, and the servant girls rarely came out to play. They chattered incessantly, reducing the peace of the lake. But without the fish eyes to disturb him, Fan Xian still felt very comfortable. He was a little further away from the crowd. He gritted his teeth and made a face to chase away the servant girl Siki. Finally, Fan Xian was able to spend some time alone with Wan. It's so hard. Fan Xian sighed. His right hand slithered through the green grass like a snake, and like lightning, he grabbed Wan's soft little hand. His face was still calm as he looked at the lake. It's so hard to see the girl. Her hand was caught, and Wan's face immediately turned red. She lowered her head in embarrassment, but she didn't pull her hand back. In a low voice she scolded. You're calling the girl at this time? I don't know who it is that shamelessly climbs the walls and windows every night. Chapter 117. Fan Xian chuckled and didn't argue. He just used the tip of his finger to scratch the palm of his fiancée. Although he was an old virgin who had lived 2 lives, he was still a member of the new generation, who had been nurtured by Takashi Kato. How could Lin Wan resist these little tricks? The girl felt a burst of panic and couldn't sit still. Fan Xian moved closer. Why don't you lean into my arms? Big brother really has a way. Fan Xian refused to get out of the carriage. He thought there were too many mosquitoes in the grass. He looked at the couple by the lake and sighed in admiration. We've only just met our future sister-in-law, and we can already sit together. If we stay a few more hours, won't we have to consummate our marriage ahead of schedule? Fan Ruoro burst out laughing. Although she knew that her brother would occasionally visit her sister-in-law at night, she didn't know how often Fan Xian and Lin Wan met. So when she saw this scene, she was surprised and impressed. Come down and help unload the things. Ruoro patted Fan Xian on the head and smiled. It's not good to let the guards do it. Fan Xian stared at her. What are the servants for? Fan Ruoro smiled. They're just maids. They're not as strong as you. For some reason, seeing Fan Ruoro's faint smile made Fan Xian, the spoiled brat, feel an inexplicable fear. He obediently climbed down from the carriage and began to help the delicate maids unload the things. It was no wonder that Fan Ruoro wanted his help. Fan Xian had brought a lot of things with him on this trip, and it took the maids and Fan Xian half a day to unload them. Fan Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted to the lakeside, Big brother, unload all the things. What are they? Fan Xian, who was sitting by the lake, heard the shout and only then did he remember these things. He slapped his forehead and apologized to Wan with some embarrassment. He stood up and brushed the grass off his bottom. He walked to the side of the carriage and began to give orders to everyone on how to arrange things. After settling down in the capital, his grandmother had sent over all the belongings he had left behind in Danjo, so they were all put to use today. There were 3 handmade tents, an iron barbecue grill, a few pieces of iron mesh, a bag of pepper and cumin, some salt, some bamboo sticks, some eggs, a few freshwater fish, a big pile of radish and tofu, and a bag of fine charcoal. In short, it was a complete barbecue grill. A maid pointed at the pile of rags and asked curiously, What is this? Fan Xian kindly explained, A tent. The servant girl was very eager to learn. Is it used for marching and fighting? Fan Xian smiled slightly and said, You can also watch the stars by the lake at night. Seeing the amiable smile on young Master Fan's face and the warmth in his bright eyes, the maid was no longer eager to learn. She shyly covered her face and went somewhere else. After the charcoal fire was lit, someone came over to take over. Fan Xian moved a rock and sat by the iron mesh, carefully smearing sauce and condiments on the fish. A bamboo skewer passed through the fish, and a faint aroma wafted through the fire. He sniffed and looked at Wan, who was sitting alone by the lake in the distance. He smiled slightly and did not put too much flavor into the fish. After he finished grilling 3 skewers of fish, He gave one to each of his siblings and walked over to the lake, sitting next to Lin Wanner. Here. Fan Xian smiled warmly. Lin Wanner looked at him suspiciously, wondering if his cooking would be good. She took it and carefully put it to her lips, then chewed it slowly. Her eyes gradually brightened, and she looked at Fan Xian and giggled. She did not even have time to praise him before she began to eat. But the fish was too hot, and she could not bear to let it leave her lips. She stuck out her tongue because it was so hot, and her free hand kept fanning her mouth as she exhaled. She was cute, really cute, and could be loved. Fan Xian looked at her fleshy lips, and for some reason, he thought of the chicken leg they had first met in the Temple of Qing. Chun he teased. I've brought you plenty of chicken legs these days. Why are you still so greedy? Lin Wanner puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, if I had known your grilled food would taste so good, I wouldn't have eaten that cold chicken leg. Fan Xian laughed heartily and almost fell back. His fiancée's temperament was really interesting. Sometimes she was extremely shy, lowering her head and not daring to look at him. Sometimes she would have a little temper that added to the fun. Her sickly body liked to play the tiger cub. It was still that one word, cute 2 words, cute 3 words, kawaii. Lin Wanner turned her head and saw that the barbecue stall was much livelier than the one by the lake. Fan Xian had long since finished the fish in his hand and was instructing a servant girl to grill some corn for him to eat. Only Ruoruo ate in a more graceful manner. As she ate, she walked through the woods. It was hard to tell whether she was enjoying the scenery or thinking about something. Her gaze fell on the pile of things that had been unloaded from the carriage, and Lin Wanner felt that her fiancé was a bit strange. She asked curiously, in the past when we went out to play, we mostly ate at the manor. I've never seen the servants so happy. And the things you brought today, no matter how you look at it, are a bit strange? Fan Xian smiled and explained, although they are all servant girls, they are all serving maids who follow you around every day. They live a life of luxury. How many of them have actually cooked for themselves? Today's barbecue doesn't necessarily taste all that good, but it's better to cook for yourself. It feels different, and the reaction of the taste buds is also different. Taste buds. Lin Wanner was a bit confused. She stared at Fan Xian with wide eyes. There is a small organ on the tongue that can sense flavors. Fan Xian knew that it was difficult to explain. After all, the naked eye was not as good as a microscope, so he casually explained. The back of the tongue tastes bitter, and the front of the tongue tastes sweet. That's why. Lin Wanner chuckled. No wonder you are Master Fei's student. You are so clear about these things. Hearing her mention Fei Jia, Fan Xian felt a bellyful of anger. After all, they were master and disciple, and they had a good relationship. He had been in the capital for a few months, and even Chun Pingping had returned. Why did Fei Jia not want to come back? This was a bit too much. Fan Xian put these matters aside for now. Seeing Wanner's envious gaze, he set up a small stove for the two of them. He brought some ingredients over, and the two of them ate as they roasted. Of course, most of the time, it was Fan Xian roasting, and Lin Wanner eating. Surrounded by the fragrance, the fiancé launched a gentle attack on the ingredients over the warm charcoal fire. This seasoning doesn't seem to be common. Lin Wanner stuck out the tip of her tender tongue and gently licked a sesame seed from the corner of her mouth. She sighed with satisfaction. It really smells good. You must be joking. Sesame seeds are everywhere. This bit of cumin is not easy to find. Fan Xian thought to himself. If it weren't for his good relationship with the shopkeepers of Qingyu Hall, it would have been difficult to gather all the ingredients he had brought to the summer villa. But what he said was, if you like it, after we get married, I'll make it for you every day. Lin Wanner's expression changed very quickly. Of course, it wasn't the kind of change where she would turn her back on him. It was just that when she heard the word get married, she habitually lowered her head shyly. But today's scene was not very suitable. Her lips were still greasy, and there was a smear of dust on the tip of her nose. No matter how you looked at it, she looked like a little girl who had been secretly eating in her own kitchen. Fan Xian looked at her face and chuckled. Yi-Chen was not a particularly beautiful girl, but for some reason in his eyes, he always felt that there was nothing to nitpick about her features. There was not a sliver of her demeanor that was not cute. Seeing him laugh at her, Lin Wanner angrily prepared to pounce. Fan Xian hurriedly opened his arms, ready to sacrifice himself to feed the tiger. In any case, the lakeside was far away, and a large cluster of aquatic plants blocked the maid's view. Fan Xian thought he could openly embrace a beautiful woman for the first time. Unexpectedly, Wanner looked embarrassed, and forcibly stopped herself from rolling into Fan Xian's arms. Fan Xian shook his head helplessly. He took his handkerchief to the lakeside and wet it. Then he turned around and sat next to Lin Wanner. He stared at her face, and very carefully wiped away the dust on the tip of her nose and chin. The two of them were very close. Feeling her husband's gentle and focused gaze, Lin Wanner was extremely nervous. Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her dress. Fan Xian also noticed her nervousness. For a moment he was at a loss. The hand holding the wet handkerchief paused on the side of her pink cheek. Their eyes met, and it seemed that even the sound of their breathing began to intertwine, rising and falling. They began to mix and gradually increase in frequency. Action was better than action. Without saying anything, Fan Xian lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. Lin Wanner was startled and then embarrassed. Following that, she was faintly disappointed. However, she didn't have time to hide her disappointment. Fan Xian's lips had already blocked the mouth she was about to pretend to rebuke. It was wet, soft, fragrant, and sweet. Ouch! Fan Xian found that his lower lip had been ruthlessly bitten by the little girl. He quickly straightened up and let his lips escape the scene of the crime. Focusing his eyes, he found that Wanner's eyes were full of smiles. However, there was an additional glimmer of spring radiance in this smile. It was like the lake beside the two of them. The water rippled like a mirror, but there were still slight highs and lows and gentle currents that stirred one's soul. The cutest thing was that when the girl smiled faintly, her white front teeth, she cutely bit down on her fleshy lower lip. Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat. Summoning his remaining courage, he pulled his future wife into his arms, not letting her escape. His finger gently touched her soft cheek. In a quiet voice he said, "Little tiger, be careful that I don't eat you." Lin Wanner's body tensed and froze in his arms. Her eyes, like a spring lake, remained bewitching. She bit her lower lip and gazed at Fan Xian. "Wanner's body isn't well. Are you willing?" Chapter 118. If he was willing, how could he gain without giving up? But Fan Xian looked at this little wife who was allowing him to taste her. It was impossible for her to transform into Wuxia. His heart was already burning. If he let go now, Fan Xian would despise himself. Eating was eating. There was no need to be polite at the dining table. So the two gradually merged into one person. Although there were trees and water blocking the view, the lake and the mountains were bright and beautiful. The scene of the young couple being intimate was always faintly seen by the servant girls. The servant girls were clever and moved their gazes away. Some bent over to flip the meat, some turned their backs and pretended to check the girl's makeup box. And some didn't know what to do. They could only lower their bodies and call out softly, pretending to be a poor girl with a sprained ankle. Fan Xian was chewing and didn't notice the demons quarreling by the lake. Ruoro was walking by the forest to digest her food, and didn't seem to see this side. And the reason why the servant girls didn't cough dozens of times, to prevent such an immoral thing from happening, was because of Fan Xian's spoon-feeding policy these days. If one wanted to plot for state affairs, one had to bribe the head of the eunuchs. If one wanted to plot for family affairs, one had to bribe the personal servant girls. Fan Xian understood this deeply, so these days, he rewarded them every once in a while. Relying on his position as an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the fact that Dombo bookstore was constantly raking in money, he was very generous. The servant girls were very happy, and they had long tilted the scales in favor of their future son-in-law. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two people by the lake finally separated with difficulty breathing. They were panting, and their hair was slightly disheveled. They looked somewhat disheveled. It didn't look like they were intimate, but more like they had fought. Lin Wanner stretched out her hand and ran her hand through her hair. Out of the corner of her eye, She glanced at the distant servant girls. She guessed that no one had seen them, but she was still angry and embarrassed. She glared fiercely at Fan Xian, thinking that this was too absurd in broad daylight. But there seemed to be a lingering sweet scent on her lips, and it made the little girl's heart flutter with sweetness. "What are you afraid of? I've never seen you so uncomfortable at night." Fan Xian quietly laughed in her ear. His finger used a little trick to gently flick her white and smooth earlobe. Wanner let out another soft cry. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She clenched her small fist and punched him in the chest. She murdered her husband. In his previous life, Fan Xian and his companions had long since grown tired of this joke. But saying it to his real fiancé by the lake gave him a different feeling. Wanner snapped at him, and Fan Xian felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He forced himself not to cry out. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not a fight between fairies. Why are you so fierce?" The story of the fairies fighting came from the 73rd chapter of The Dream of the Red Chamber. The silly big sister picked up a sachet from the Grand View Garden. On the sachet was an embroidered image of a naked man and woman hugging and sitting cross-legged. The silly big sister did not know that it was an erotic painting, and thought that the fairies were fighting. Later, she casually handed it over to Madame Xing, which led to the scene of the Grand View Garden being raided. Originally, no one in the kingdom of Qing should have known this story. But a few days ago, Lin Wanner had heard that her Langjun had opened a bookstore that claimed to have the entire story of the stone. So she had forced Fan Xian to copy the last 10 chapters. Hearing these words today, she immediately blushed. "What kind of person do you think I am?" she asked, a little sulkily. Fan Xian laughed and said, "Of course I am a good person. Someone in the past has said that when fairies fight, they fight with the utmost kindness and beauty. Besides, we were just fairies quarreling." "Bah, I don't know where you got this crooked theory from, but you still have to borrow the name of someone in the past." Lin Wanna giggled. "Besides, what's the difference between fairies fighting and quarreling? In a fight, the hands dance and the feet dance. Every part of the body that can be used has to be used. When it comes to quarreling, of course, only the mouth is used." "Die." Fan Xian's heart was filled with pride. "Then I'll die on top of you." During the summer retreat from the summer heat, a man and a woman in love were in the midst of a beautiful lake in green mountains. It was the easiest time to pass. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. The old nannies, who had been left behind by Fan Ruo to play ma diao in the front of the manor, finally remembered what they were here to do. They eagerly rushed over and smiled at Fan Xian. It seemed that they had gained a lot from the Fan family during the mahjong game. But Fan Xian still didn't like them. With the arrival of these old nannies, no matter what, he would not be able to get close to them. He had to sit and be polite, and he was far away from Wanner. At noon, Fan Xian could not let Fan Xian fool around with roasted fish. The group of people returned to the manor in a grandiose manner. They chose an elegant courtyard, and servants went to prepare food. As they drank tea and chatted, they heard the sound of carriages coming from afar. Fan Xian and Lin Wanner stood up at the same time with a smile. It seemed that they both knew who was coming, but they found that the other had also stood up. They couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They were guests, and they were all guests. But Fan Xian and Lin Wanner had invited them separately. At first, they didn't know each other, so when they saw the people in the carriages disembark, Fan Xian and Wanner were both surprised. Wanner was surprised, but she was also nervous and sad. Fan Xian was surprised, but he was also nervous and had a headache. Lin Wanner had invited Yi Linger. She knew of the fight between the two of them outside the royal courtyard, so she had purposely taken this opportunity to have Yi Linger and Fan Xian interact more and eliminate the animosity between them. She also wanted to be the mediator between the two of them. Fan Xian naturally understood Wanner's intentions. He smiled and went forward, cupping his hands in salute. "Greetings, Miss Yi." After what had happened that day, Yi Linger's nose was still sore, but she showed no signs of bashfulness. Instead, she cupped her hands in a chivalrous gesture. "Greetings, Master Fan. Master Fan is skilled, and I am impressed." Fan Xian chuckled, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. Were they going to shoot a historical film in ancient times? Fan Xizha watched Yi Linger disembark from the carriage and greet his brother. He lowered his voice and said to Ruoro, "Sister, I understand. My future sister-in-law wants to be a mediator." Fan Ruoro made a sound of agreement. She smiled and prepared to go forward to greet her brother. Unexpectedly, she heard what Fan Xizha said next, and stopped in her tracks. She heard Fan Xizha say lewdly, "I'm afraid that when your sister-in-law opens the door to welcome guests, she wants to welcome a younger sister." Fan Ruoro spat and knocked Fan Xizha on the forehead. She scolded him in a low voice. "Let's not talk about my brother's intentions. Even if he wanted to marry, with Miss Ye's status, would she be a concubine?" In her heart, it didn't matter who her brother married, as long as he liked her. In this regard, it was similar to Fan Xian's expectations of her. A fat man disembarked from the other carriage. With the help of a maidservant, he looked around in a panic. Fan Xian gave Ruoro a look, indicating for her to take Yi Linger to rest. With one hand, he gently tugged on Wanner's sleeve. Lin Wanna looked at the fat man and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand. But she still let out a soft cry. When she turned her head to look at Fan Xian, her eyes were full of gratitude. "Go," Fan Xian encouraged her with a gentle smile. And the two of them walked over to the carriage. When the fat man saw Fan Xian, his originally frightened expression immediately turned into a wide smile. The already wide space between his brows immediately became even longer. He moved forward a few steps and pulled Fan Xian's hand. "Little Xian Xian, so it's you. Debeo, didn't we agree not to call me that?" Fan Xian said with a pained expression. Lin Wanner was a little sad. She thought that her silly brother, whom she had only seen a few times, seemed to have forgotten her. But hearing Debeo call Fan Xian, she couldn't help but laugh. "Little Xian Xian?" Fan Xian nodded helplessly. "Thank you." Lin Wanna looked at Fan Xian moved. "You know it's not convenient for me to see him." "I know." Fan Xian smiled. He turned and patted Debeo on the shoulder. "Debeo, there's no polo today, but there's something else to play with." The courtyard was at the bottom of the hill. It was wide open, and they could see the blue lake in the distance. Debeo sniffled and shook his head. "Little Xian Xian, the water is green, not blue." Fan Xian sighed. "Because the water isn't deep enough." "Then let's go see how deep it is." Fan Xian's wishful thinking was to bring Debeo over today. 1. It would prevent his brother-in-law from being bored at home all day. And 2. It would give him to Fan Xizha to play with. In any case, they were just two children. How could he know that Fan Xizha had an innate sensitivity to things like being taken advantage of? As soon as he saw a big idiot, he hid far away. Fan Xian could only helplessly walk down the hill with Debeo by the hand. He thought to himself that lunch was probably over. Just as the silly son-in-law and uncle were about to walk out the door, Debeo suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Wanner seriously. "Sister, why didn't you come?" Lin Wanner was startled at first, and then her heart ached. It turned out that her silly brother, whom she had only seen a few times, still remembered that he had a sister like her. She hurriedly responded and stepped forward to hold Debeo's other hand. Night fell. The faint sound of mahjong tiles falling to the ground could be heard in the distant attic. The guards gathered in one place to drink. The world was peaceful, and they all let down their guard. The servant girls were tired from playing during the day. After drinking a few cups of yellow wine, they went to sleep. As for the masters they served, they had long since withdrawn their curtains to rest. Occasionally, frogs croaked from the pond by the forest, and the occasional sound of fish breaking through the water could be heard in the lake. It made the imperial summer villa even more peaceful. In a remote place near the lake, there was a tent hiding from the moonlight. It was quietly hidden in the forest, receiving the night breeze from the lake. It was the middle of the night, when no one was whispering. In the tent, a young couple were whispering to each other. Chapter 119. Aren't you afraid of Si Chi finding out that you carried me out like this? She sleeps so deeply every day. I don't even need to use the sleeping incense. I don't think she'll wake up. But it's a bit embarrassing. Just to look at the stars. Can you believe what you say? Then what are you going to do, Wanner? Fan Xian looked at her face with an evil smile. The moonlight outside the tent was not bright, so Lin Wanner's face was particularly hazy and beautiful. Lin Wanner wrinkled her pretty nose and faked a sigh. What can I do if I let a big pervert like you steal people in the middle of the night? Fan Xian also sighed. I'm also worried that if we keep sneaking around like this, after we get married, what if we go back to our bedroom, and I don't know how to use the door? What should I do then? Lin Wanner spat at him. She was afraid that his thoughts would really turn to evil. After all, it was the dead of night, and the two of them were alone. If he really wanted to do something, she would be powerless to stop him. Fan Xian didn't know the girl's thoughts. If he knew that Lin Wanner was already thinking that she was powerless to stop him, he would probably have leapt forward a long time ago. As the saying goes, it's not that it's impossible, but it's that it's not that it's impossible. In Fan Xian's mind, once a girl thought that she was powerless to stop him, then she was already prepared not to stop him. The two of them lay on the soft mattress. The mosquito net was pulled open a crack. Looking out, they could see the starry sky. The moon was dim, so the stars were particularly bright. In the dark night with a hint of blue, they gently watched all the couples on the ground. Lin Wanner reclined in Fan Xian's arms. Fan Xian only smelled a light fragrance. His chest and abdomen were the girl's soft and bouncy back. The summer youth's green robe was thin, as if there was no fabric between the two of them. Without a doubt, any man who had yet to respond, regardless of whether he was 16 or 60, had already fallen to the stage of being worse than a beast. So Fan Xian nervously tightened his arms, bringing the two of them closer to each other, not leaving any distance between them. Confused or blissful, he felt every bit of touch and elasticity in his arms. Fan Xian began to perform magic. His right hand had been holding Wanner's hand, but in the next moment, it had somehow run to the girl's thin clothes. The tent was incomparably quiet, and even the slight sound of the waves on the lake seemed extremely bashful. After a long time, a few shameful voices came from the tent, along with the intoxicated voice of the young man. There are always some things in the world that cannot be seen with one's eyes. It is really difficult to grasp, very difficult to grasp. Lin Wanner's ears were red, and she made a sound of agreement. She twisted her body to free herself from Fan Xian's demonic grasp, but she was no match for the explosive power of a virgin. Her body was teased until it became more and more limp. In her desperation, she coughed and forced herself to look weak. As expected, Fan Xian was startled, thinking that she had caught a cold. He hurriedly recited the heart-cleansing kindness mantra a few times to suppress his desires. He straightened her clothes and pulled the blanket over her. Lin Wanner's embarrassment had not yet faded, but she felt a little amused and touched. Afraid that he would change again, she rolled her eyes and changed the topic. Today, Bai Jian, I saw that you made some fresh things. If I were to sell them, I'm afraid they would sell for a lot, right? She was talking about the barbecue condiments and the tent they were currently living in. Fan Xian was now a little dissatisfied. He said in a hoarse voice, "You are a princess. Why are you worrying about such a small amount of money? Come, let's kiss again." Lin Wanner was both embarrassed and anxious. You open a bookstore, and you make tofu. People think you like to do business. Fan Xian thought that making tofu was one thing, but eating tofu was another. He replied with a pained expression, "I have to prove that I can make money. Only then will our uncle, the emperor, be at ease when he leaves the palace treasury to us to manage." After he entered the capital, he had focused on doing business and befriended Qingyu Hall for this matter. The two of them had finally calmed down. They hugged each other, gazed at the stars, and chatted idly. Somehow, they began to talk about Fan Xian's visit to the Prime Minister's manor a few days ago. "Father, is he well?" Lin Wanner asked with concern. She rarely saw her father, but she still missed him. Today, she had seen her foolish brother and thought of how her second brother, Lin Gong, had died young. Her father was alone, and he must have been very sad. As his son, she was unable to serve him. Fan Xian knew what she was thinking. He comforted her. "He's fine. After we get married, we can be filial together. It's better than now." "Oh right. The Prime Minister has really agreed to our marriage. Their voices grew lower and lower until they could not be heard. They disappeared into the quiet night by the lake. As for what else happened that night, they would have to think about it later. The next day, the sky was bright. It was impossible for the two of them to still be in their tents. Otherwise, if the guards and maids found out that their mistress and future master had been affectionate outside all night, it would certainly become the most sensational gossip in the capital. Fan Xian and Lin Wanner opened their eyes on their respective beds. They rubbed their eyes, turned over, smiled, reminisced, and foolishly stretched their bodies. After everyone got up, they began to eat at separate tables. The maids and servants busied themselves. Lin Wanner sat at the round table, gently putting shredded pickled vegetables into Debao's bowl of porridge. She did not even glance at Fan Xian. On the other side, Fan Xian smiled foolishly and blew at his sister's bowl to cool it down. It seemed like a special brother-sister bond. Fan Xian and Lin Wanner did not look at each other, but there was some kind of emotion between their brows. The whole hall began to emit the smell of happiness. The sensitive Yi Linger and the intelligent Fan Rora looked at each other suspiciously, and then tacitly averted their gazes. It was still early. After eating, Fan Xian was about to find a secluded place in the woods to exercise and maintain his daily practice. To his surprise, Yi Linger walked up to him, cupped her fists, and asked for his guidance. After Yi Linger returned to the manor, she told her father about the contest outside the royal courtyard. Yi Zhong asked about it in detail and praised Fan Xian's response. He said that Master Fan had been able to evade the assassination attempt and cut open Cheng Jishu. He was indeed extraordinary. Hearing her father's words, Yi Linger was finally convinced of Fan Xian's abilities. But she adhered to the ideals of the Yi family, and whenever she found an opportunity, she would sincerely ask Fan Xian for guidance. Asking for guidance only proved that Yi Linger was not convinced to the bone. Fan Xian rarely trained with others. Back in Danzhou, he was a pitiful character who was beaten by Uncle Wu Zhu. So today, he had the right to give advice to Yi Linger, a 7th-level master. He could not help but feel a little happy. His words of advice were sincere, but Wu Zhu was not a good teacher, and neither was Fan Xian. He could only tell her how to punch straight and how to save energy. He could only start from the surface and could not sum up a complete theory. The so-called little tricks were Fan Xian's current set of killing techniques. But it was not convenient to teach them to others, especially to a beautiful girl with eyes as clear as jade. Besides, Fan Xian was not an honest person who would dig out the heart of anyone he met. So it was impossible for Yi Linger to learn the essence of Wu Zhu's killing techniques. But in the end, she had made some progress. Fan Xian smiled. Today, he had finally seen the Yi family's Luyan Sanzhou clearly. It turned out that a simple pair of hands could evolve into so many attacking methods. Even Yi Linger had the power to break through the wind and kill gods. If it had been Yi Zhong or Yi Luyan himself, perhaps the coffin breaker would have been enough to break the stone tomb. And the Sanzhou would have been like a withered twig, making it impossible for the opponent to dodge. After a series of punches and palms, Fan Xian was very satisfied with the degree of flexibility of Yi Linger's body. But the way he looked at her slender waist with a smile was a little strange. Yi Linger did not notice his gaze, or she would have been furious. She was still immersed in the perfect coordination of Fan Xian's attacks, the angle of his attacks, and the feeling of their perfect coordination. She was deeply shocked. In short, this was not a bad deal. After a long time, a cry of pain came from the forest. Fan Xian walked out, rubbing his wrist. Behind him, Yi Linger also walked out, holding her nose. She had finally become completely obedient. In truth, for everyone in this world, life was like a running account. It was just one step after another, repeating itself day after day. It was inevitable that it would be a little boring. But these two things, power and wealth, seemed to guarantee that a running account would occasionally have some new numbers appear. Fan Xian had kicked Dabao and Fan Xizha to the back of the mountain to ride horses and shoot arrows. There were guards to protect them, and maids to take care of them, so there was no need to worry too much. Now in the summer resort, there was only him, and the 3 girls, Wanner his sister, and Yi sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea and listening to music. Fan Xian smiled as he watched a beautiful girl sing in a low voice. Power was a good thing, he thought. If a princess wanted to hear a song, she could immediately call someone from the capital to sing for her. This girl was a true singer, and with her beautiful voice, she could roam the courtyards of the nobility in the capital. She was also someone who was virtuous. It was only at this moment that Fan Xian realized what it meant to be a man of the kingdom of Qing. He had to fight for power and wealth for the people around him, if he wanted to maintain a seemingly happy and peaceful life, and not become a bandit on the border, or a hard laborer in a brick kiln. Perhaps there were some things that were worth giving up. He was a selfish man, he often reminded himself of this. In front of the mountain hall, the girl called Sangwen had a clear and crisp voice. It mixed with the cool breeze, passing through the hall and lingering on the beams. Before and after winter, there were several villages. North of the stream, south of the stream, on the lonely mountain at the top and bottom of the tree. Where does fragrance come from in the cold wind? Suddenly we meet in silk garments. When one wakes up from a drunken stupor, the mournful sound of the flute breaks one's heart, and the faint yellow moon. Chapter 120. Good song, good words. Fan Ruoro smiled inside. Miss Sang's singing skills are indeed extraordinary. Sangwen was pleased to receive praise from the famous young lady of the Fan family. She blushed slightly as she bowed. The scenery of winter and the coldness of spring make this scorching summer a bit more refreshing. Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. Fan Xian had been reborn in the kingdom of Qing for 16 years, but he still didn't like to listen to songs. He often missed Yang Zongwei's singing from his previous life. Thinking of Yang Zongwei, he thought of He Zongwei, who had often come to Fan Manor to pay his respects. He frowned, and for some reason he loathed that gifted scholar. But the line in Sang Wen's song, suddenly meeting in a white silk robe, had stirred up something in him. The white silk robe consisted of white silk sleeves and a thin silk undergarment, as plain as a white plum blossom. And when he had first met Wanner in front of the incense burner table in the Temple of Qing, hadn't she been wearing a white robe, like a plain plum blossom? But that winter plum blossom had the smell of a chicken leg. Fan Xian unconsciously looked at Lin Wanner, and found that she was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Fan Xian smiled, and Lin Wanner blushed slightly. Although Yi had long since acknowledged Fan Xian's abilities, seeing the dark ripples in front of her still made her feel uncomfortable. She coughed. I don't really like listening to songs. Fan Xian laughed. It seems that Miss Yi and I are both coarse people. Calling himself a coarse person was one thing, but his words dragged Yi in as well. The other two girls couldn't help but laugh. Even Sangwen, who had been in a daze, couldn't help but cover her mouth. Fan Xian was the only man in the mountain hall. Beside him sat his sister and Wanner. Yi sat next to Wanner, and the atmosphere was filled with the faint scent of a young girl. It made Fan Xian feel very good, and he sighed that his life had not been in vain. As long as Princess Ro Jiao wasn't by his side, Fan Xian thought with some fear. Young girls were the most beautiful things in the world, but if they always looked at you as if you were a husband in 10 years, then that wasn't good. At that moment, Sangwen suddenly gathered her courage and curtsied. I would like to ask Master Fan to say a few words. In the capital, artists competed with their extravagance and the level of their fans. It depended on whether the people who listened to their songs were princes or dukes. But in the end, it was still a competition of ability, which was their ability to sing and write songs. Miss Sang had caught the eye of both the princess and the young lady of the Fan family. Naturally, she was an important person, and she thought about her songs and poems day and night. Today, by chance, she had met Master Fan, who was famous in poetry in the capital. She could no longer be reserved, and regardless of the difference in status, she bravely made this somewhat presumptuous request. Fan Xian was startled, but Lin Wanner and his sister were already giggling as they allowed him to write. Even Yi opened her eyes wide in curiosity, wanting to see what kind of sentence he would come up with. Fan Xian was annoyed to the point that he had no choice but to go into the inner room and lay out some paper and ink. Ruoro had long since sat down in front of the desk, brush in hand, and waited. It turned out that Fan Xian was just a page boy. The three girls who followed him into the room couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. "My sister's handwriting is better," Fan Xian explained a little awkwardly. Although he had practiced calligraphy diligently in Danzhou, it was still not as beautiful as his sister's, so he simply let her do it. Not long after, Ruoro had written down a few lines that Fan Xian had recited in small, delicate script. When Sangwon first heard it, her eyes brightened. She nervously took the piece of paper and read it carefully. She was overjoyed and bowed to Fan Xian. "Sangwon thanks Master Fan for the poem. Words cannot express my gratitude." Lin Wanner and Ruoro also nodded repeatedly, believing that Fan Xian's poem was worthy of the word gratitude. If Sangwon composed a good song and sang it all over the capital, she would probably have a few more good years ahead of her. Fan Xian was copying Tang Xianzu's clever line today. "So the beautiful flowers and purples bloom everywhere, but like this they all give way to broken wells and decadent walls. A beautiful scene on a fine day, but heaven forbid it. Whose courtyard is it to delight the heart and delight the heart? Flying in the morning and rolling in the evening, the rosy clouds and green pavilions, the rain and wind, the smoke and waves of the painted boat. The beautiful screen makes people look at this cheap beauty." Looking at the intoxicated expressions on the faces of the women, he sighed and shook his head. He thought that the whole story of the Peony Pavilion was a wonderful piece of writing. Although it was beautiful, it lacked the spirit of the story. However, he was busy with dating, business, and dating. Even the outing had to last for 2 days. How could he have the time to think about it? It seemed that the work of spreading advanced culture was indeed very difficult. It's a little too tragic. Yi Linger, who had been silent all this time, was a little slow to react. She only now realized the true meaning of the line, and spoke sadly. Suddenly, Ruoro's expression changed. She thought of the line, "A beautiful scene on a fine day, but heaven forbid it." It had already appeared in Story of the Stone, where Lin Daiyu played the drinking game. If Sangwon sang this line all over the capital, wouldn't people immediately know that Story of the Stone had been written by her brother? But seeing that Fan Xian seemed to have forgotten about it, and that deep in her heart, she also wanted her brother to make a name for himself, she couldn't help but smile, and she didn't mention it again. The outing ended satisfactorily. Everyone got what they wanted before they came. Yi Linger got some tricks. Sangwon got Fan Xian's poem. Fan Xija got a belly full of roasted fish and meat, and Dabao got a horse back to the Prime Minister's manor. Fan Ruoro got 2 days of elegant scenery to clear her mind, and Lin Wanner got the chance to get close to her brother. Fan Xian got the most, but he couldn't say it. If it ended like this, everyone would be happy. But when Fan Xian heard Wang Qinyan's report, he frowned. He really hadn't expected things to be so coincidental. The Crown Prince was coming. Retreat. Hearing that the Crown Prince was coming to the summer residence that day, Fan Xian didn't say anything else. He ordered Wang Qinyan to arrange for his group to retreat back to the capital. What a joke. If the Crown Prince was coming to spend the summer, would he dare fight for territory with him? Furthermore, the Fan family had always been considered part of the Second Prince's faction. The Prime Minister had broken off relations with the Eastern Palace, and the Overwatch Council was clinging to the Emperor. Although the power behind Fan Xian was great, they were all the Crown Prince's most hated targets. If the two sides really did meet, even if Fan Xian had a fake princess at his side and the young ladies of the Yi and Fan families, if the Crown Prince really wanted to humiliate him, Fan Xian would have no one to go to. The Emperor had said at the Green Bamboo Tea House by the Lujing River that Fan Xian should be able to live comfortably in the capital. But the Crown Prince probably didn't like Fan Xian being comfortable. If there was a difference of opinion between father and son, Fan Xian didn't have the arrogance to think that the Emperor would deal with his own son for the sake of a mere official's son. So he had to retreat cleanly and efficiently. He didn't want to give the Crown Prince a chance to see him or humiliate him. At the same time, he didn't want to give himself a chance to be humiliated and beat the Crown Prince after he was humiliated. committing a heaven-defying crime. He had come confidently, but now he had to retreat in fear. Fan Xian didn't feel good about it. Lin Wanner frowned unhappily. Brother Chengqian wasn't a tiger, so why was her husband so afraid? Yi Linger also looked down on Fan Xian, who was afraid of the nobility. So what if he was the crown prince? When he was young, the emperor had sent him to the Yi family to learn martial arts. She had beaten him up too. After all, Fan Xian was only an 8th-level functionary, a mere illegitimate son of Count Sinan. He wasn't like these two girls, who had been in and out of the palace since they were young, and were used to seeing the world's top figures. Furthermore, his thoughts were much more mature than these girls, and he knew that this matter was a bit sensitive. Because he had arranged things quickly, by the time the crown prince's entourage was about to arrive at the summer estate, Fan Xian's entourage was already on the official road. The two sides brushed past each other. At that moment, a gong rang out, as if a performance was about to begin. The crown prince's entourage stopped, and a palace guard called for Fan Xian's entourage to stop as well. Fan Xian lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out expressionlessly. In the bright yellow carriage, the crown prince's entourage, the future most powerful man in the world, was weakly talking to the carriage behind him. The crown prince Li Chengqian had handsome features, but he didn't look well. His face was a bit pale, and the corners of his lips were a bit black. He had come to the mountain resort to spend the summer. He hadn't expected to see Wanner and the girl from the Yi family on the road. They had grown up together, so he had stopped to chat. Knowing that Wanner had spent the night at the summer estate, Li Chengqian's heart ached. "Why don't you take care of your body?" he said. "The imperial doctor said that you are most afraid of cold." Yi Linger laughed and interjected. "Sister Lin, you don't have to worry about that. You have a famous doctor by your side." Lin Wanner frowned and looked at Yi Linger. "It's already summer," she explained with a smile. "How could I catch a cold?" But he didn't change the subject. The crown prince was very curious about what Yi Linger was talking about, and asked for more details. Only then did he learn that the person in the carriage in front of them was Wanner's future husband. He was very surprised. The Fan family's underground fighter? He has become famous recently. Quickly have him come, and let me take a look. "Forget it, Your Highness. Don't scare him," said Lin Wanner awkwardly. The crown prince frowned. "The emperor's family has a few poor relatives. In the future, when you are married, he will be my brother-in-law. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, in a few days, father will summon him to the palace to pay his respects to the concubines." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Moreover, the imperial court is about to give him a position. Could it be that he still wants to hide?" These words were extremely heavy, and the two carriages immediately quietened down. "Greetings, Your Highness." A voice broke the silence. At some point, Fan Xian had arrived in front of the crown prince's carriage. He smiled and bowed. Chapter 121. The crown prince Li Chengqian had a weak temperament and a weak body. This was what Fan Xian knew of the crown prince. After bowing, he raised his head somewhat rudely and looked at the crown prince with a slight smile. Although the crown prince's identity was noble, Fan Xian felt that he and the emperor had both drunk tea and chatted. Facing his son, he would not be too nervous. He had not wanted to come out and meet the crown prince, but the talkative Yi Linger had shattered his fantasy. When Fan Xian looked at the crown prince looked back at him with interest. For the crown prince, the fact that Fan Xian's name had shaken the capital in just a few short months was already an anomaly. Furthermore, his father had appointed him to marry Wanner. As the master of the Eastern Palace, the crown prince was well aware of the meaning behind it. If the eldest princess lost the right to manage the palace treasury, and the person who took over was an enemy, the messy debts of the past would come to light. This was what the crown prince was most worried about. Fortunately, it would take another 2 years for the palace treasury to change hands, so it was not an urgent matter. But the Fan family was on good terms with King Jing, and Crown Prince Jing's son, Li Hongqing, was on good terms with his second brother. The crown prince frowned slightly, looking at the beautiful young man below the carriage, He momentarily forgot to speak. The advisors in the Eastern Palace were now divided into two factions. Whether to attack or pull the Fan family was still being considered. If it was a normal manner, the Crown Prince would not care too much. But the Fan family was different. The grandmother of the young man before him was his father's wet nurse. With this layer of relationship, the Crown Prince could not do anything to the Fan family. "You are Fan Xian?" The Crown Prince finally realized that he was a little absent-minded. After a slight pause, he asked with a smile, "Your subject Fan Xian greets the Crown Prince." Fan Xian bowed again with great respect. "I did not know the Crown Prince's carriage was here, so I did not get out. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Looking at Fan Xian's elegant face, for some reason, the Crown Prince's original dislike for him lessened. In that instant, he decided to temporarily wait and see. He quietly said, "Those who do not know are not guilty. But my sister Wanner is weak and sickly. You must pay more attention to her. Do not be like those youths in the capital, who only seek temporary pleasure." "I am afraid." Fan Xian could tell that the Crown Prince was not planning to deal with him today. He felt slightly at ease and replied gently, "Don't be too cautious. After the wedding in October, you'll be considered a relative of the country. You'll have to visit the palace often, so you should be more relaxed," the Crown Prince lectured. Fan Xian smiled slightly and replied yes. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince's next words surprised him. "Envoys from Dongyi and Northern Qi will soon enter the capital. Because the incident at Nyolan Street is related to you, the court has decided to make you a deputy and temporarily raise your rank. I am informing you ahead of time, so that you can make some preparations and not panic." The Crown Prince spoke lightly, thinking that he had unknowingly done Fan Xian a favor. Fan Xian paused for a moment, then said, "I am the functionary of Taichung Temple. I am afraid it would be inappropriate for me to participate in national negotiations." The Crown Prince snorted coldly and said, "If you don't have any achievements, how are you going to face yourself in court in the future?" Fan Xian could tell that the Crown Prince was a little angry. He quickly agreed and thanked the Crown Prince, then moved aside to make way. The Crown Prince waved the black horsewhip in his hand with golden threads, and nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned to Lin Wanner and warmly said, "You should go to the palace more often. I miss you very much." He paused and then said, "Recently I often have a headache." There was nothing strange in the Crown Prince's voice, and his expression was as gentle as ever. But Fan Xian could see a trace of unease in the Crown Prince's cowardly eyes. Lin Wanner smiled and said nothing. "Crown Prince, let's go." The Crown Prince's carriages began to move, moving slowly in the direction of the mountain resort. Fan Xian didn't dare move until the carriages had disappeared at the end of the road. Only then did he let out a sigh and stretch his stiff waist. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Being an official is a tough life. Don't tell me you dare have thoughts of disloyalty?" Yi Ling mocked him. "Ling don't talk nonsense." Xijia was afraid of Ruoro, and Yi Ling was afraid of the little tiger. Lin Wanner was angry, and Yi Ling immediately jumped back into the carriage. Lin Wanner walked to Fan Xian's side, and saw that he was still looking in the direction the carriage had disappeared in. She couldn't help but sigh. "I know what you're worried about, but none of my three brothers are easy to get along with. I think it's best if you don't side with any of them." Fan Xian had always acknowledged Lin Wanner's political wisdom, which she had cultivated deep in the palace. He nodded solemnly, then suddenly thought of something. "What about the youngest prince? Is he also a difficult person to deal with? Wenyin is only 8 years old. He doesn't understand these things." Lin Wanner continued to comfort him. The nominal position of Taichung Temple's son-in-law, joining in on the ceremonial negotiations, has been done before. It's not as if the Eastern Palace really wants to recruit you. Don't worry. Fan Xian smiled, thinking that he was already quite relaxed, but he still faked a sigh. It's just that when I see the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, the future ruler of the Kingdom of Qing, I can't help but feel nervous. It was strange. Although in his previous life, the highest official Fan Xian had seen before his illness had only been the headmaster of a school. After his rebirth, Perhaps because he had been born into a family of officials, he didn't feel nervous when he saw important people. Even when he saw the emperor a few days ago, he was able to hide it well. Lin Wanner couldn't help but laugh. She pulled on his sleeve. Didn't you hear what the crown prince said? Before the wedding, you have to go to the palace to pay your respects to the various concubines. If that ancestor is happy, it's not impossible for him to see you. After walking through a dozen palaces, even if you're nervous, you'll become numb. Ancestor? Fan Xian knew that Lin Wanner was talking about the Empress Dowager, who lived deep in the palace. For some reason he shivered. Let's go. Your Highness has already gone so far. Why are you still standing there looking at the horses? But Fan Xia, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but yell from the carriage in front. De Bao, who was in the carriage in the middle, heard someone yelling and also yelled happily. Fan Xian laughed. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw all these thoughts to the back of his mind. In Fan Xian's mind, since he was lucky enough to live again, he had to live it to the fullest. Women, money, power. He couldn't complain that it was too little. But after entering the capital, he saw the murky waters and couldn't tell how deep they were. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Dombo Bookstore's business was good. The last few chapters of Story of the Stone were about to be printed, and money was coming in. In the future, even if he took over the palace treasury, he would find a way to leave it to Qingyu Hall and Fan Xia. As for the matters of the court, his father, Chun Pingping, and his mother's former comrades would stand in front of him. As for the dangers lurking in the dark, he had Uncle Wu Zhu as his bodyguard. Even if Uncle Wu Zhu didn't want to see the sun like that time on Yulon Street, Fan Xian felt that he had the ability to protect himself. So all of a sudden, he felt that he had the potential to become a free and unfettered rich man. This was still just a fantasy. He and the people around him all knew this. Snapping his fingers, Fan Xian looked calmly at the dirt road outside the carriage window. What a coincidence, he said. North, south, east, west, and west of the capital, there are 13 royal residences, 2 temporary imperial residences, and 1 hunting ground. Given the crown prince's status, he could use any of them. Why did he come to the summer estate today? The summer resort is far from the capital, and it's quiet. That's why we chose this place first. After setting off again, he and Wang Qinian were alone in the carriage, so they spoke very directly. Wang Qinian also frowned. If someone deliberately let the crown prince come to the summer resort, so that we could have a conflict with the crown prince, this kind of arrangement is too complicated, and it won't necessarily be effective. Fan Xian shook his head, a slight chill in his eyes. As long as there are people by the crown prince's side, it wouldn't be difficult to slightly influence the crown prince's destination. And my reputation in the capital has always been based on the word arrogant. I reckon that whoever arranged for us to meet the crown prince by chance wouldn't have thought that the crown prince wouldn't be angry at me for stealing his silver, and that I would behave myself. It's just that I don't know the rules of the palace. For example, how long does it usually take for the crown prince to travel out of the capital? We arrived at the summer resort yesterday. If the crown prince decided to come here a few days ago, then we can be sure that this was a coincidence, and not an arrangement by someone with ulterior motives. Wang Qinian analyzed. Fan Xian shook his head again. I already asked the princess when I was in the carriage. When the crown prince travels, as long as he doesn't stray more than 28 miles from the capital, then he only needs to report to the palace. All the preparations will take about a day. Looking at the time we met, the crown prince will probably leave the palace this morning. Wang Qinian looked at Fan Xian worriedly and said in a low voice, What benefit could the person who arranged this matter have? Fan Xian laughed. There are many benefits. If the crown prince really humiliates me, I reckon that the Fan family will have no choice but to carry the flag and show our allegiance. Is it the second prince? Wang Qinian probed. Fan Xian thought that during this period of time after entering the capital, the second prince had repeatedly summoned him, but he had never met him. He really didn't know what kind of character this man, who was unwilling to be a peaceful prince, was. However, he would not judge everything arbitrarily. In a quiet voice he said, Who knows? Everyone in the palace is like a demon. I don't care. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care. He still arranged for Wang Qinian to get out of the carriage to see if anyone was following them. He believed that with Wang Qinian's ability, if someone was secretly watching him on the official road, then he would certainly be able to catch them. If there was no one watching over his caravan to facilitate that chance encounter on the official road, then it could only mean that he was overly sensitive and paranoid. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and leaned against the soft cushions of the carriage, hoping that he really was being overly sensitive. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.